Hello, Boris Bortin, Borteme. Hello. Find your places to sit because the program is about to start very, very soon. I need you to be focused on this scene and since it's a busy day, we want everybody to have can use their minutes of speeches and panels, so we can't lose time here in the beginning. So please, please come in, sit down. Okay.
Dear friends, collaborators, brothers and sisters of the indigenous world, welcome. I will be your moderator of the day, and my name is Maria Utsi. I'm from the Norwegian side of Sami, from Djetno, and I'm a cultural leader and was a vice chair of the Norwegian Arts Council for the last 8 years. I also had the tremendous pleasure, I would say, of founding the Arctic Arts Summit and work with the project together with a wide network of Arctic partners through the last 8 years. I will have the great honor of guiding you through this day on behalf of Sakje Umeå Sami Association. And first of all, to the boring yet necessary house rules, good people. In case of an emergency, there are emergency exits. They are all marked with green signs, and you can see them here in the back, 2 of them, one here behind the scene. So if there's an emergency, please leave the building quietly and gather up on the gathering point on the other side of the street so we can count you and find you after the emergency. I also want to let you know that there will be lunch. I will tell you more about it when we get there, but food will be eaten. There will also be toilets. They can be found outside to your left, and there will be coffee and water by the bar when you need it. But we need to open this day, this 5th Sami Cultural Policy Summit, properly. And to do so, I'm happy to introduce the chair of Sakje Umeå Sami Association, Lena Marie Nilsson, Oskar Östergren Njaita from Vjermie K Network, and the county governor of Västerbotten, Helene Hellmark Knutsson. Welcome to the stage.
Ja, hello everyone, my name is Oskar Östergren Njaita. I'm the managing director of ILIS. It's a cultural center in the northwest in Tärnaby. It lies by the source of the Ume River that ends here in Umeå. ILIS is one of the founding members of Vjermie K. That is a network organization for Sami cultural institutions and organizations. And we are the co-host of this day. So our work is to improve the conditions for the Sami cultural field in general, in Sweden especially. So as a board member, on behalf of the organization, it is my great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of VRMK to this day, the 5th summit devoted to Sami cultural policy. Bure Bateme, welcome.
So thank you, and thank you for the invitation to take part of this inauguration of the 5th Sami Culture Policy Summit 2024. My name is Helene Hellmark Knutsson, and I am the governor in Västerbotten here in Sweden. And I think most of you know that we are appointed governors, not elected governors, appointed from the government. So we are both the representative of the government in the county, but also the Swedish word for governor is landshövding, and that is the same word as chief. And why we are called landshövding, this is a 400 years tradition, is that we also represent the people living in our county. So we have sort of a double role when we are appointed as governor. And I have been here in Västerbotten for 3.5 years, and I will have a term for 6 years. And it's with great joy that I participate here today. As you know, the 4 northernmost counties in Sweden are part of Sápmi, and the cultural heritage of the Sami people is therefore a very important part of our northern cultural landscape. And strengthening the cultural identity by the possibility to be part of one's own culture, it's a really important priority to strengthen the Sami people, but also to strengthen the Swedish culture. It is also an important priority for our democracy and culture diversity to raise awareness of indigenous peoples and national minorities, historical and current. This year's Sami Week, that has been going on since Sunday, has the theme, the past, now and the future. In many ways, we are shaped by a long tradition of social movements, influenced by the historic Sami culture and the settlers who migrated to these parts of Sweden. A landscape that is shaped by fishermen, hunters, reindeer herders, and farmers in times of societal change and identity process for 1,000 years. Culture has always been a forceful way to strengthen one's own identity, while at the same time opening us up for others, making us view the world from a different perspectives than we are used to. And today marks the 25th year we celebrate a Sami Week here in Umeå. It's also 10 years since Umeå was the European capital of culture, an event which in many ways highlighted the Sami culture, perhaps in a new way that didn't occur in Sweden before. We will talk more about this later on during the program, but we can at very least say that the European capital of culture increased the visibility for Sami culture here in Sweden, but also in Europe. And this visibility, together with the great success of Sami literature, art, and film that we have seen the last years, has led to a better political understanding for the Sami people among the majority population. However, we still see polarization, not least in certain issues like the use of natural resources linked to the green transition. And democracy is the approach by which we can interact with each other. It concerns not only people's rights, it also concerns respect and understanding for other people's opinions and experiences. As I often say, it is difficult to be a Democrat because you need to listen to opinions from people you don't agree with. But only through dialogue and listening can we understand each other's perspective and hopefully find common ways forward. Choose your words carefully, said the Swedish diplomat Jan Eliasson when he visited Umeå last autumn. Your choice of words should never be the reason for someone to feel offended or hurt. These are important values we need to apply practically in our daily lives, in classroom and offices, in social communities, but not at least online. Our mutual task is to take responsibility for the development and the future of Västerbotten and Sápmi, and make sure that everyone who lives here can grow and feel included. Eagerly, we now hope for that Kiruna will become the European Capital of Culture 2029. And we also hope that Arctic Art Summits will be placed in Sápmi. And if I can hope, I would like to welcome you here to Umeå and Västerbotten. And working together towards mutual goals, we can make that happen. Let me now say that we declare this inauguration of the 5th Sami Culture Policy Summit 2024. And once again, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, and thank you. I am Lena Maria Nilsson, the chair of SOKIE, and my members did this. Like my colleagues, I have some notes to remember what to say. And we start with the lowest number, 5. This is the 5th time that we are arranging a Sami Cultural Summit. The first one, SOKIE was the organizer. The following 3, Värme K, has been organizing. And today, the 5th time, we are organizing it together. The number 10, 10 years since we were the cultural capital, as you mentioned in your speech. Number 25, actually it's 25. This is the 25th time that we are arranging Ubmejem Bjejvje. And 114. Well, we are on historical ground now. This meeting is on a very special place. We are in Ubmeje, we are in Sápmi, and this was the first place where Joik was performed in public, 1910, and it was an initiative of Carl Thyrén, the famous Joik documentary worker. And to honor this place, especially in Ubmeje, I will joik one of the joiks that likely was performed here at that day, and that's the Umer River joik. And I will follow the notes by Carl Thyrén to the best of my knowledge. So, close your eyes. Ubmejen och jokko, valla, valla, valla. Valla, 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 valla. Valla, 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 naya, 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 Ubmejen och jokko, valla, valla, valla. Valla, 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 valla. And with this, The meeting is open.
Thank you so much, Lena Maria, Oskar, and Helene, for that opening. But good friends, as we are on indigenous land, and this is an indigenous summit, we acknowledge that we discuss all issues today with our ancestors and their knowledge present. To elaborate further on where we are and where we come from, please welcome Mikael Lindblad, the producer of this summit. He will present to you a greeting from the legendary artist Mai Doris Rimpi. And also to the stage, I want to introduce one of my idols in this world, the grand lady of Sami theater, Åsa Simma.
Yes, I am one of the producers. The other one is there, Maja Bonta. And the third one is Eva Konradsson. She's somewhere else. I'm sorry, in a way, that I'm here, because Mai Doris Rimpi couldn't make it. She's about to have an operation for gråstarr. I don't know. It happens with the eyes when you get old. She has to do an operation on both eyes. So she couldn't come here. But she sent a greeting. And here goes. Boris Puotin. Hello to all participants of the 5th Sami Cultural Policy Summit. My name is Mai Doris Rimpi. Nowadays, my anchor point is my home, the village Parenjarka. During the winter, I am the only inhabitant in the village. But I have vitality around me, together with the spirit animals, the reindeers. The surroundings are protected by forested land. The fir, with its pyramid-shaped crown, majestic pine trees with straight-backed trunks. The branches are surrounded by hanging lichen, which is important spring grazing treats, food for the reindeer. My joyful thought to the trees is the enormous noisy machines have not found you. The leader of the Summit Theater, Åsa Simma, will read the 15th Chief, a portrayal of the Sami, the indigenous people, about the indigenous people's life that was founded through cooperation between all living things. Also about centuries of domination, oppression, and destruction. The story of the 15th Chief also reminds us of the contemporary power with exploitations, destruction of grazing lands, and in a peculiar way, the devaluation in various ways of our animals. The authorities should with legal decisiveness, honesty, and action determine the indigenous people's rights to our own land in cooperation with the Sami. Cooperation opens new paths. The outcome of this is crucial for the future and also for preventing inherited oppressive values and minority hatred. Finally, I want to conclude with a greeting and wishes for a rewarding and hopeful meeting. Thank you.
My Doris Rimpi, it's too bad our indigenous sisters from very far away from Canada that you didn't have a chance to meet her. She's the founder of Sami Theatre. She's my guru. And I can tell two things what has brought me very big respect to who she, what she also is, was back in the end of 80s. She said to me, I have had a very strange vision. I've seen two really high houses, very high, and there's an aeroplane flying through those houses, and those houses will fall down. And 30 years after, you all know what happened. And another experience with her was we were driving to Tromsø to a meeting with Sami theatre workers, and it was just before COVID, and she started to ask me, what are you guys going to do after Christmas, after New Year? Are you going on tour? I said, yeah, we planned a tour. And she said, don't go on the road. There's a really big happening that's going to affect the entire world. And if you're on tour, you're going to have lots of trouble. Then COVID came. So I highly respect her. And the text, the 15th Chieftain, which back in the 80s became one of the performance that the theatre group Dalvadis, that now is the Sami Theatre, she wrote the text. And the 15th Chieftain is a story that's 400 years old, as you mentioned, 400 years, where 15 Sami chiefs were invited to sign a treaty with the crown. And what happened was that the chiefs, one by one, were killed, except the 15th, who managed to flee. And what some of our storytellers tell is that the 15th chieftain, he dispersed himself and went into every single Sami person that will be born. So we are all the 15th chieftain. So the text. My people, there's something you call the world of the dead, but I live. I'm here. I have experienced the sun's hot rays, earth's greenery, the fishes' silver gleaming, female reindeer grunting, and the bell's clear sound. My people's cry and laughter, my children's play. In me, experienced wide landscapes, the power of the storm, the howling of the wolf, his tracks and followers right here. Big men with swollen hands, froth running out of their disordered jaws. I have experienced their whining whip. 20 strokes, blood flowing, and 20 strokes again, their sharp tongue targeted to the mother's tired face. I have seen my people's eyes scared, their powerless bodies, heard the children's desperate crying, the vulture's violence against my young daughter. heard the last cry for help, a prayer, the moment after that she was gone. My flame was extinguished, also the 14 others. On the falcon's proud soaring, I was removed from my people. It is me, the 15th. My people, you look at me, I live, I am with you. My people, now you are the 15th. Do not forget that even today, whips whine so hard that our lips can no longer shape words. Our language is silent. Today, the white reindeer does not need to carry mining stones until the back is broken. But its sight has been poisoned. It doesn't find its path. And how about hearing? Does not all the mechanical sounds make us deaf? The birds' songs are no longer heard. Today, children cannot play at the lake shores. The water has been flowing and erased our tracks. Remains become artificial lakes, huge as the sea itself. Our ancestors hammered in the cold holes. Today we are chastened by foreign laws. Crown, the Great, has with sharp knives shattered our people. My people, it is time to blow life into the fire that almost went out. My people, we carry heavy yoke on our shoulders. Not a few selected, but all of us, each one. We don't strive for greatness, nor war, but peace between us and other people. We strive to maintain our language, to live carefully with nature, live with the animals. We strive for our growing children, security on earth, where we also have a place. And you are my greatest treasure, you who live. Kiitos.
Thank you so much to my Doris Rimpi, represented by Mikael Lindblad, and Åsa Simma for this important opening. Dear friends, this day is all about exploring the past, being aware of the present, and look forward to the future European capitals of culture and other similar concepts from an indigenous point of view. Several cities in the Arctic region, including Umeå, Umeå, Bodø, Bovda, Bodø, Aulo, Uleåborg, and Giron, Kiruna, have either been or will be designated European capitals of culture, all with a strong emphasis on Sami culture. The significance of these cultural projects for the Sami people and our communities should be examined, particularly in terms of social, cultural, and financial development, democracy, and the impact on Sami arts and cultural workers. The goal of this summit today is to exchange experiences and critically examine the effects of the Sami involvement in non-indigenous-led, international, and large-scale cultural projects, and explore the implications on the Sami arts and culture field. To broaden our perspectives on these matters, we are going to start off with our special guests from Canada. Canada has been in a kind of post-truth and reconciliation report state for the last 8 years, and substantial structural changes have been implemented as a response to the report's findings, both within the national arts institutions and within the national funding systems. Canada was also the host of the Arctic Art Summit in Yukon in 2022 and centered Indigenous voices and perspectives in this 3-day-long international cultural policy workshop and summit. What are their experiences from the point of view of a national institution? After their presentation, we will have a panel discussion to further dive into these topics. But first, it is truly a great pleasure to introduce to you, jet-lagged or not, Michelle Lavallee, Oli Ejisiak. Michelle is the director, and Oli is the curatorial assistant of Indigenous Ways and Curatorial Initiatives at the National Gallery of Canada in Ottawa. And also Megan Lau from the Canadian Embassy to Sweden, here representing also Canada Council for the Arts, who co-hosted the Arctic Art Summit in 2022. Dear guests, the floor is now all yours, if you have your microphones on and are ready. Welcome.
I think I'll stand here for the first, and then I'll join you. Yeah, what after? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sifin?
Good.
All right. So, Ani bonjour. Can you hear me all right? My throat's a little scratchy today, so I apologize for that. But Ani bonjour, ki wetin kwen indishnakas. That's my way of introducing myself in my native name. My English name is Michelle Lavallee. My original language that I should be able to speak is Anishinaabe-Moan. My family comes from Neheshingaming, Cape Croker, in what's now called Ontario, and it's one of the unceded First Nations that exist in Canada. I am a mother, and I'm a curator and an arts administrator. And I'm very honored to be a guest here in the ancestral territory of the Sami peoples. And I would like to thank Mikael and Maya for inviting us to participate in today's discussion. And I thank you, Osa, and all the other cultural leaders who are here today for giving us some space to speak with you and to be in conversation. I feel very privileged to be here alongside colleagues, international colleagues and co-conspirators, and I want to pay my respects to the ancestors and the current inhabitants of the territories you all find yourselves within. I currently live and work between what's now called Gatineau and Ottawa in unceded Anishinaabe territory, and I think it's really important that we always acknowledge the original caretakers of the territories and those who are allowing us to be here today. And while it may only be a few words, it's very important for us to say. So this is what we might refer to as a land acknowledgement. And they've become pretty common within Canada, but I sometimes go back and forth about how they're being done and whether or not we should be doing this. But when it gets down to it, I do think it's very good and important that we continue to not just say it, but to take interest and be knowledgeable about and acknowledge the traditional custodians of a territory. And that would mean the nation or sometimes many nations who lived in the place before, but also those still living there now and those who are about to come. And it really is about recognizing how many diverse peoples live in these territories. In Canada, we have the three overarching Indigenous groups, First Nations, Inuit, and then later, after contact, came the Métis peoples. But these really should be positive, these traditional acknowledgements. They function as an invitation to new understandings of the connection between land, people, and history. And this is why I think it's important to not just say them, but to think about and to talk aloud about why we do this. Thinking about why you are saying it and what it means to you in both your personal lives, but also in our professional lives. What are the understandings and actions that we can carry forward from doing this? And it is especially important, I think, for leaders and cultural influencers and decision makers, those who carry the responsibilities of programming and hiring and budget allocations. And as an Anishinaabe, that's First Nations Ojibwe woman, I do think about this. What does it mean when I say it, and to who I'm saying it to, and why should I do this? And looking in the mirror, hugging my daughter, where I live and work is a daily reminder. And I take it very seriously, the responsibility to ensure it's not just a hollow performance, and that this and other things I say are actually informing the work that I do, and that my efforts can create something beyond myself, and hopefully contribute to any institution that I might have the privilege of being involved with. So while it might only be a few words, I do territorial acknowledgements, especially when I'm traveling in the small way that I currently can. It's a way of paying my respects. It's a way also for Indigenous peoples to claim space, whether it be virtual or otherwise, and space for the people who are here. Space for the people who are currently here sharing these territories, but also, importantly, to acknowledge those who came before. It's really about sovereignty. In Canada, we talk a lot about sovereignty. It's about an Indigenous way of being, and it's a way of honoring people's ceremonies and elders, those who give me voice and those who allow me to be here today. So I want to say Chimigwich to all the ancestors that we're bringing into the rooms with us today, and importantly for those who will come after. So Chimigwich, and allow my colleague to come up and speak. So thank you.
Buris, can you hear me okay? Yes? Okay. So Buris, and good morning. My name is Megan Lau, and I'm the Councillor for Political and Public Affairs at the Embassy of Canada to Sweden. I'd just like to thank briefly Michael, Maya, and all the others who were involved in facilitating Canada's participation here today. It is an absolute honor for Canada to be asked to be part of these discussions today, and I really appreciate all the energy that went into making that possible. So thank you very much, Michael, and I can't see Maya right now, but thank you to Maya too. And so I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Canada Council for the Arts in order to share their experience as an institution with you. They really wish that they were able to be here as well, and so I'll certainly be sharing the contents of today's discussions with them so that we can learn back in Canada at the Canada Council for the Arts as well from what is said here today. So what I'll speak about today first will be how the Canada Council for the Arts decided to build a new relationship with Indigenous peoples, as Maria mentioned earlier, and then as part of that, a new funding model. And then I'd like to speak about the Canada Council for the Arts experience as the co-host of the Arctic Arts Summit, as Maria also mentioned, and share some of what we learned from that experience. I'm going to speak strictly from a Canadian institutional perspective, so I'm really pleased that both Uli and Michelle are here today, so they can speak from the perspective of a second Canadian institution, but also, of course, to present an Indigenous perspective. So first, I'll start with just a little bit of background, and please bear with me. Many of you may be well-versed in this, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. And so, as you may know, the Canada Council for the Arts is the main arts funder in Canada. Its mandate is to foster and promote the study and enjoyment of and the production of works in the arts. The Council is a crown corporation, which is roughly the equivalent of an agency in Sweden. It operates in an arm's length relation from the government, which is important because it means that its priorities and its decisions are set and made independent of the government. The Council's role is to champion and invest in the artistic field through a broad range of grants, services, prizes, and payments to professional Canadian artists and arts organizations. Its work ensures that excellent, vibrant, and diverse art and literature engages Canadians, enriches their communities, and reaches markets around the world. And with that in mind, I'd also like to share a little bit of political context, which Maria also alluded to, but I'll provide just a little bit more detail. And so, as many of you know, the past few years have been a time of great change and transformation in Canada as a society, and also throughout all of our institutions. This is because in June 2015, after 6 years of work, Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission released its final report. The report included 94 calls to action to redress the legacy of residential schools and advance the process of Canadian reconciliation with the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. In the wake of this, the Government of Canada started to address the complex and long-standing barriers to a true nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples. And so it was in response to some specific calls to action that the Canada Council embarked on a journey to think and act differently as a federal institution in its relationship with Indigenous people, artists, arts organizations, and communities. The intention for the Council was to start building a new relationship with Indigenous peoples that would be consistent with a strong commitment to truth, reconciliation, and decolonization, and to address anti-racism in the arts and wider society. As part of this, the Canada Council has committed itself to being a proactive agent of change in the ongoing dialogue of conciliation and reconciliation in Canada. More specifically, it's done this by fostering critical and creative conversations between departments, external partners, artists, and communities. And at the same time, and perhaps most importantly, it is set about changing the way that it works, to share authority and to work collaboratively. For instance, the Council has developed co-delivery models of funding with regional partners in the north of Canada. All of this has been done in the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and trust. And so the Council's commitments related to Indigenous peoples and culture are underpinned by 3 principles. First, the rights of Indigenous peoples, as established by the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Second, by the domestic rights in Canada of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. And third, by the Council's responsibilities as a federal institution in response to the calls to action of the Federal Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And so in this context, the Canada Council changed its model for funding Indigenous art and culture. This took place in 2016, when the Canada Council established Creating, Knowing, and Sharing, the arts and cultures of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. The new funding program emphasizes cultural self-determination. As such, it goes beyond notions of designated funding for Indigenous peoples and into the sphere of what we hope is true transformative social engagement. I'm happy to share the other guiding principles that shape this, but I don't want to take up the time with that today. So if anyone is interested, please don't hesitate to reach out to me afterwards. I'd be happy to share that framing work that was done as this new program was developed. But what I can say here is that Creating, Knowing, and Sharing has 4 distinguishing features that I think are relevant for the conversations today. First is that the program is comprehensive to respect Indigenous artistic and cultural traditions and contemporary dynamics. Second, that it embraces notions of cultural sovereignty, and this is to recognize an art historical and aesthetic continuity centered in Indigenous knowledges and practices. Third, it supports Indigenous self-determination. The program has been developed by and is staffed by Indigenous people. And fourth and finally, it is appropriately resourced. As often in the past, initiatives regarding Indigenous peoples had been underfunded and short-term in nature. The changes also extend to the leadership at the Canada Council. And so I'd note that in 2020, Jesse Went was the first Indigenous person ever to be appointed as chair of the board of the Canada Council. His approach to the role is to help the organization connect to the community, to find ways to do less harm, and to make further progress in the decolonization of the institution. And so as part of this transformation in recent years, the Council has also sought to play a role internationally to foster and advance Indigenous ways and worldviews. This led, for instance, to multi-year agreements to deliver Indigenous-led reciprocal exchanges and to promote creative collaborations. It has also entailed research projects to improve peer assessment processes. This was done in cooperation with the Sami Council and the Norwegian Arts Council, and so there may be many people in the audience here today who can speak about this process further. But what I'd like to turn to now is 2022, when the Canada Council co-presented with the Government of Yukon the 3rd Arctic Arts Summit in Whitehorse, Yukon. And so to sketch in a little bit of a little bit of background, although looking around the room, I see a number of people who actually were in attendance, so hopefully they'll also share their perspectives as the day goes on. So the summit brought together 240 representatives of Arctic countries and the indigenous nations of the circumpolar region, with an aim to strengthen arts and culture in the North and to develop circumpolar cooperation to stimulate collaboration in arts and creative industries. Nearly half of the delegates were international guests, including many representatives from Sapmi who are here today. They came to the summit to attend, to speak, or to perform. The 2022 Arctic Arts Summit represents a key milestone for the Canada Council toward the definition and implementation of its strategic framework to support arts and culture development in, for, and by the North. The Arctic Arts Summit provided an opportunity to strengthen the Council's presence and its relationships in the North, and it reflected the Council's role as a national arts funder with a responsibility to respond meaningfully to the needs of arts communities, regardless of where they are located. And so, as an aside, in the Swedish context, I know, for instance, that the Canada Council is really interested in the work that Riksteatern has done, which is done in a very similar spirit and with a similar focus on disparate geographies. And so, I'll speak now about the approach to the Arctic Arts Summit and hope to help frame some of the conversations today. And so the Canada Council from the outset wanted its approach to the Arctic Arts Summit to reflect the Council's recognition of Indigenous self-determination and sovereignty, and its commitment to advance a decolonized future for the arts. And so what this meant in practice was that Indigenous leaders led on the programming of the summit in partnership and collaboration with several Indigenous and non-Indigenous organizations. And from this experience, the Canada Council drew a number of lessons, which I can share with you today. First, as an institution, they found that it was important to be consistent in acting as an enabler rather than a prescriptive decision maker. Second, it was important to include, consistently, diverse voices, especially Indigenous ones, and to let them take the lead. Third, it was important not to pre-impose a governance model from the start, but rather to develop this through discussions with partners and to include strong Indigenous leadership in the governance model. For the Canada Council, there was tremendous benefit in co-hosting the Arctic Arts Summit. The Canada Council gained a more nuanced understanding of the current and potential contributions of arts and culture to the economic and social development of the North, and the Council also came to appreciate the amplified role which the Council could play as a funder, partner, facilitator, and advocate, both domestically and internationally. And so that is the institutional perspective on the Arctic Arts Summit, but I hope that my Canadian colleagues who are also here today and others will also be able to speak to the benefits that were reaped by the Indigenous participants and by the local communities. And so just to wrap up, what I'd like to say today is to emphasize that Canada's experience has been that cultural institutions such as art funders can play a crucial and a proactive role in response to the work of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. In Canada, this took the form of re-examining the Canada Council's foundational makeup and taking the decision to be an enabler of change. And what followed from this included the creation of a new funding program and a large-scale project, the Arctic Arts Summit, in which the Canada Council sought to share and/or give back power to Indigenous leaders and genuinely embrace a transformation that would contribute to a decolonized future for the arts sectors and for society at large. Thanks so much for listening to me today, and I'd be happy to take questions afterwards.
All right, so I'm going to sit over here and talk, if that's okay with you. So just to continue the conversation before my colleague Uli has an opportunity to also speak as well, I thought I wasn't quite sure what to talk about today. There's so much to talk about and so many exciting things that I'm learning here and that I've learned throughout my career as a curator, as an arts administrator. But I thought I could start by sharing, it's not exactly a talk, it's more of a statement that we gave to our board at the National Gallery of Canada. So my began, over 20 or so years ago, and I made a conscious decision to step away from curatorial and enter Indigenous arts administration at management level. So, I I began as a curator, but then moved over, and for about 5 years, I was director of a very important contemporary Indigenous art collection called the Indigenous Art Collection at the Indigenous Arts Centre under Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada. And from there, I was asked to move over to the National Gallery of Canada as they were developing a new department, a very seminal department, and it's historical. So myself and Stephen Loft, who was involved with Canada Council previously as part of Creative Knowing and Sharing, and many of you may have met him before. He's participated in the Art Summit and many other talks. But the gallery created the new department, Indigenous Ways and Decolonization. And so I moved over there to be the director of the department. The Indigenous curators, there's always been, not always, but for almost 20 years, there was an Indigenous curator or two hired at the National Gallery of Canada. But with the formation of the new department, the Indigenous Curatorial Department now falls under my purview. So part of my job is leading Indigenous curatorial initiatives at the National Gallery of Canada. The other part of my job is sitting on and working with senior management to look at policies and processes and to ensure Indigenous perspectives and views are incorporated in all the work we do, and working with all my other directorial colleagues at the institution to advise, but also help them advance the work that they're doing, but also in consideration of Indigenous peoples. And the concept of the first art of Canada really is that by Indigenous peoples, and we need to start from that point. That's the beginning of that story, but then also recognizing many people have also come and now call Canada home. So how do we ensure those voices and those stories are also reflected in what is now called Canada? So I'm going to read, because I'm a much better reader than talking off the top of my head, I think, but this is what we told the board. So with the establishment of the new Indigenous Ways and Decolonization Department, the gallery has taken a bold step in realizing its commitment to center Indigenous ways of knowing and being in all that we do. Through these commitments, we have embarked on a course of decolonization that charts a way forward in building a new relationship with the Indigenous peoples of this land. A relationship that acknowledges our responsibility as a Crown corporation to uphold the treaty, inherent and constitutional rights of First Peoples of the land we now know as Canada. This means fundamentally reconstructing our institutional and organizational foundations in anti-colonial, anti-racist contexts. In Canada, we live in a nation state that has worked to eliminate Indigenous governments, ignore and abuse Indigenous inherent rights, terminate treaties, and through a process of assimilation, erasure, violence, and racist practices, attempted to cause Indigenous peoples of this land to cease to exist. Decolonization is a complex and nuanced concept. It encompasses the totality of our entire society and the multitude of systems that support it. It is the conscious unbinding of ourselves from colonial molds of thought, which are racist, anti-Indigenous, and oppressive. Very broadly, decolonization is a process of critically examining and systematically dismantling the structures, the power structures of society that have marginalized, oppressed, excluded, and killed Indigenous and other racialized people on the land we currently know as Canada. And on this land specifically, it is linked inextricably to Indigenous sovereignty. And that means understanding that Indigenous people have the right to control their lands, bodies, languages, and cultures. As stated in UNDRIP, Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain, control, protect, and develop their cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expressions, as well as the manifestations of their sciences, technologies, and cultures, including human and genetic resources, seeds, medicines, knowledge of the properties of flora and fauna, oral traditions, literatures, designs, sports, and traditional games, and visual and performing arts. They also have the right to maintain, control, protect, and develop their intellectual property over such cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expressions. In conjunction with Indigenous peoples, states shall take effective measures to recognize and protect the exercise of these rights. So we often at the gallery, Steve, myself, and the rest of the team and senior management look to the United Nations Declaration of the Rights on Indigenous Peoples alongside the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations that Megan mentioned. But we also talk a lot about decolonization. I'm not even sure if I love that word. You know, there's a lot of words that are being used in Canada, like reconciliation, decolonization, indigenization, and there's a lot of debate over, you know, what those words mean, how we engage them, but also how, at times, they often become weaponized and used against us to kind of subvert what we see as positive ways forward. But decolonization really is unsettling, literally. It rejects the settler colonial narratives that forms the basis of systems of power that we have for too long taken for granted or had ingrained on us from an early age. So what we must do is question and critically examine the fundamental systems the gallery is framed on and within, and reframe them on a vastly different set of principles. It's a journey, it's not a destination. And so, together with my colleagues, we've begun a journey of decolonization that charts a way forward in building new relationship between the peoples that now share this land. It's not a nation building in the outdated and outmoded parlance of the past, but it's more about a society building. And in the case of a Canadian federal institution such as the National Gallery, change can be daunting. It requires not only a vision and will, but an ability to share authority and agency not rooted in Western conceptualizations of power and control. So in the coming, months and what we've been doing it's been about 2 years since the department was created, we've been adding capacity to the team and framing a roadmap for decolonization for moving forward. And so this really, as I think I mentioned, will include an audit of all the gallery's policies and processes and new public engagement strategies to build our audiences and establish true nation-to-nation relationships with the First Peoples of the lands. We also ended our little talk to the board with a quote by Senator and former chairman of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, Murray St. Clair, who said, "You have to believe that doing something about this history is the right thing to do, and you have to be fearless in doing what you can. This is not a time for the timid, it is a time for the daring, and I invite you to join me in this challenge. I invite you to move forward and let us dare greatly together." So that's what we presented to the board. As you can imagine, it gets received with a bit of mixed reviews, but I think ultimately people are learning that our intent is to create these sovereign spaces to allow to regain some control over the presentation of Indigenous artists by Indigenous peoples, to ensure that those viewpoints are respected, but also to share and work alongside our colleagues to develop how do we want to move forward together. How do we recognize all the nations that now call Canada home without displacing Indigenous peoples? How do we honor all of our ancestors in doing that to build a better future for future generations? So that, in a nutshell, it's a small job, few things to do while we're there. I don't know if decolonization is possible. I don't know what a decolonial or decolonized institution looks like. So yeah, there's no template for what we're doing. It's the first time that I'm aware of, especially in Canada, to have 2 Indigenous people as part of senior management at a major national institution. The one thing we do know is there are things we can do to be better. There are things we can do to behave better amongst one another, to respectfully listen to one another, to respectfully disagree with one another, but find these collaborative ways of working and conciliatory conversations towards developing the best way forward together. So I think, conscious of time, I'll end it there. I apologize if I went a little longer than I should have, but I want to make sure my colleague Uli has an opportunity to share as well. So Chimigwich for listening.
Mikael. Okay. I feel like a pop star with this headset. I'll just wait until the PowerPoint is up, if that's okay. This one. Oh, yeah. Yep. Okay. A little bit nervous. Perfect. Yes, thank you. Okay, so I just wanted to start off by saying I'm really grateful to be here in beautiful Sapmi. It's my first time here, and my first time traveling overseas out of Canada for over 10 years. The last time I came, I've left Canada was over 10 years ago when I went to Ireland. So yeah, really grateful to be here, and thank you especially to Mikael and Maya for hosting Michelle and I, and to all of the people I've met so far. It's been a pleasure speaking with you and meeting you all. Yeah. My name is Ulrika Yitsiak. I'm an Inuk. I was born in Qaluit, Nunavut, and raised outside of the North in Treaty 7 territory, or Alberta. And that's where I did my undergraduate degree in Indigenous Studies. I graduated in 2019. And I'm currently living in unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin lands, otherwise known as Ottawa, Canada. And I recently just joined the team as curatorial assistant at the National Gallery of Canada in the IWD department under Michelle's lead and Stephen Loft. And I'm also a writer, I'm an eldest sister, and an emerging curator. So as someone who has just recently started my career, I was thinking about what I could contribute, what I wanted to talk about today, and I was lucky enough to absorb some really important conversations over the past couple of days, mostly about our experiences as Indigenous people within institutions. So I thought I could contribute by speaking about what's been resonating with me over the past few days after meeting with a lot of you. Yeah. So recently, I guest curated an exhibition called Mute at the Mitchell Art Gallery in Edmonton, Alberta. That's what's on the screen here. And this included work by 5 contemporary Inuit artists who are all living outside of our homelands, so outside of Inuit Nunangat. One of the works in this exhibition is by Kablusiak, who is an Inuvialuk artist who just won the 2023 Sobi Art Award in Canada. And their artwork in Mute is a wool felt wall hanging, and I don't have a photo of it, but it's called Going to the Grocery Store. And in it are 2 Inuvialuk getting food, and when I saw it, I immediately thought, it immediately reminded me of a work that we have in the National Gallery collection titled Cape Dorset Freezer by Annie Putuguk. And I would consider Cape Dorset Freezer to be an iconic Inuit artwork in Inuit art history. So growing up, I remember seeing an image of it and thinking it really defied notions or expectations of what Inuit art should or could be. From the Southern gaze, which is something that Kablusiak in Mute also challenges through their work. So this is Cape Dorset Freezer by Annie Putuguk. Side note, I also think that there's something to be said about the outsider gaze when it comes to art, in that non-Indigenous people will often be open to consuming our visual arts and cultures, but won't support our overall liberation from violent structures. Anyways, I'm getting to the point. You can see the drawing there of families shopping in a really familiar scene to most of us. But what I want to talk about is how this artwork and Indigenous artwork on national and international levels open conversations about broader cultural policy, which is what we're all here for today. So through Annie's drawing, we're able to talk about traditional and contemporary foodways, connection to land and water, knowledge systems related to migrations and weather, and also issues like food insecurity and access to healthy and affordable food in the North. So this artwork reflects a certain material reality, and in turn could lead to changing those for the better. At least I like to believe that, and that's why I got into the arts. I want my younger siblings living in the South to taste tuktu and mattak for the first time, and I want Northerners to be able to afford groceries and youth to learn how to hunt. And this is why I love this artwork, and I hope to see it in person eventually. I haven't yet. So this leads me to some positive news coming out of Canada recently. In January, actually on the same day that Mute opened, the exhibition I guest curated, the Canadian government and Nunavut signed the Nunavut Lands and Resources Devolution Agreement, which is dubbed as the largest land transfer in Canadian history. So this transfers decision-making power back into the hands of Inuit over land, water, and resources. And that's, I believe, 2 million square miles of land and water. And this is happening 25 years after Nunavut became a territory through our land claim. I bring this up to show how action like this can be taken. There are roadmaps that work, and that work is being done, and that's happening from local to international levels. Yeah. Also addresses some action points in UNDRIP. Okay, and the last thing I'll share is how, just like I was saying, the conversations that we've been having. The last thing I'll share is that we as Indigenous people are experts in international policy as we constantly navigate structures and systems and institutions that are not of our own making. Even on an individual level, I was born in Nunavut, but I grew up in Blackfoot territory. I would consider this living internationally despite it being in the same overall colonial state. Imposed borders aren't reflective of Indigenous relationships to place and land. What I appreciate most about Indigenous, how Indigenous people approach international policy, for the most part, is the embedded kinship that we garner between each other. Whether that's at the UN or here in Sapmi or the Inuit Circumpolar Council or the Arctic Art Summit, our values and relationships are the center rather than extraction and power. And I just want to end this off by saying that the work everyone doing here is building movements. And while I was born in the North and didn't grow up there, I hope to be a worthy advocate. And I really appreciate this time to connect with other circumpolar Indigenous people as an Inuk. And while we come from different contexts, there are so many parallels that we can look to in each other, and I really believe our policies and our ways of being are one of the only paths forward for a livable future. So Nakumik, thank you for listening. Thank you.
You're done? Thank you so much. Thank you. And you're free to find your seats again. Thank you so much, Uli, Michelle, and Megan, for this presentation. It's extremely interesting and it's extremely important. I can actually not underline enough how important the collaboration with Canada has been in a Sami perspective, in an international perspective. And as you have noticed, probably, they are, if not a light year ahead of us, quite far ahead of us. And also, friends, just notice this little but fundamental and extremely important thing, the fact that the National Gallery of Canada actually have Indigenous curatorial personnel. The National Gallery in Norway, you know, if that happens in my lifetime, it would be great. I don't know about the Moderna Museet or the big national museums in Stockholm, but I cannot imagine that they have Indigenous curatorial personnel. Anyway, thank you again, and looking forward to also hearing more from you during this day. It's so important to us that you are here. We are moving on to the panel discussion to elaborate further on these matters and also the matters of the European capitals of culture. And I will now invite some important stakeholders from the past and present European capitals of culture to the floor to reflect on the Sami involvement and effects 10 years after Umeå 2014. We have with us Lars Magne Andreassen, the board member of Bodø 2024 and former director of the Lule Sami Cultural Center Arran, and he will be with us digitally and have a brief presentation in the beginning of the panel. Then I would like to invite to the floor Maria Hernes Bær, coordinator for Sami program and content in Bodø 2024. Thomas Wenström, er du her? Der, ja. Former chair of the Cultural Committee of Umeå Municipality back in 2014 and during the process of becoming a European Capital of Culture. Mikael Lindblad, who you met already, representing Sokje, and he was the former chair of Sokje Umeå Sami Association before and during the Umeå 2014. And also, back to the floor, Michelle Lavallée, who you just met from the Indigenous Waste and Curatorial Initiatives Department at the National Gallery of Canada. So I think we'll just enter the floor, all of you. We'll have to do some restructuring of the furniture. And we will hear first from Lars Magne, and then we will continue the conversation on stage. We're doing some redecorating here now. It's very efficient Sami. I would love to also like pull this sofa a little bit in this direction. Perfect. Thank you. We have to restructure a little bit. We Samis, we are like doers. We can fix this ourselves. Perfect. Then the big question is, as always, do we have Lars Magne Andreassen with us, live and with sound? At least live, not sure about the sound. But has there ever been like sound?
Hello, Boris. Lars Magne här.
Wonderful.
Hey.
Can he hear us?
Yep, loud and clear.
Hello, Lars Magne. Welcome. Good to have you here, and we're looking forward to hearing your presentation on Bodø 2024 and the application process with a focus on the Sami indigenous content. The floor and the room is yours.
Thank you for letting me in. And thank you for inviting us from Bodø 2024. And also, I must say I was so inspired by the talk from Michelle, Ole, and Megan that I will end up with that in the discussion. So maybe I will use a minute or two more than I got. And also, happy International Women's Day. Especially all the beautiful indigenous women over there. You know, you are the heartbeat that keeps ancestral communities alive. Bodø 2024 is it's playing with words, articulation with Arctic art, culture, and communication. The ownership is from the Nordland County and the Bodø municipality. I will tell you just a few of the Sami perspectives. I'm very happy that Maria, also part of the panel, she can tell you a bit more what we are in fact doing and what's happening. A process to become an European capital of culture is it takes a long time. We started the process back in 2017 with writing an application. And we had starting to come into the Sami perspective. We had there were a lot of discussion with institutions, organizations about general and strategic questions, like what kind of vision do we have? what partner organizations, how should we organize the main topics. For example, the Sami representation during this part of the process. Well, all the Sami language centers in Nordland. We do have 5 different Sami languages in Nordland County. The Sami Parliament of Norway, Sami festivals, the North University, different municipalities, and so forth. So in the end, the Sami, let you say, and the vision about how should the Sami be a part of this program, we wanted to create one common inclusive program. We didn't have an appendix like this is the indigenous part or this is the Sami part. So, but also we started, the starting point was also as the Sami as the only acknowledged indigenous people in the European Union. Maybe we are not the only indigenous people in Europe, but at least the only acknowledged. And to write an application like this, you also had to follow the rules, so to speak. What is a European capital culture? There are some expectations connected to what you can do. For example, I will mention just a few one. Highlighting the common aspects of European culture, heritage and history. And also the cultural artistic content, the capacity to combine local cultural heritage and traditional art forms with new, innovative, and experimental cultural expressions. So it's also both a European dimension and also a local cultural dimension. When it comes to the Sami culture, our vision and strategy is to provide an inclusive reflection on our 21st century society, combining indigenous Sami culture and expression, as well as traditional and contemporary Norwegian culture. So the Sami, let's say, the visions and the goals for Buddha 2024, the Samis, they are big part of the program. And let's say one of the strategic objectives we had is to change the image of Nordland County, both internally and externally. And here we come into discussion, how are the Sami looked upon as indigenous people and modern people? The diversity of the Sami cultures in Nordland County, I mentioned there were 5 of them, and also to address what we can call the Sami invisibility, both in the art, on the scenes, and in the institutions, so to speak. So how to challenge those, the picture, the image of Nordland, what kind of landscape, what kind of land are we standing on? The build-up years, we do have both the chair and the vice chair. I'm the vice chair of the board, are Sami. We also do have some Sami competency artistic advisory board, and we also have a special agreement with the Norwegian Sami Parliament. We also have recruited a full-time Sami coordinator, Maria, and we also have cooperations with Sami institutions and festivals, like Oriel Sami and Teater, who had a wonderful, what do you call it? They made a wonderful show, 3 parts of that. What we also wanted to do, we had to seek to ensure Sami dimension in all projects, not just a Sami project or different. We do have some different Sami projects as well, but the Sami dimension is also part of the European dimensions. 2024 so far, we have an official opening, which happened 3rd of February, and it was the starting point of the Sami Cultural Week, and then the Sami National Day on 6th of February. So it was a lot of focus and attention on the Sami culture, both in the opening ceremony and what happened in Bodø during that week. So we do have a Sami dimension is integrated in main events as well as in independent programming. I guess Maria can say a little bit more about that. And this will happen and repeat throughout the year. We have divided the culture year into different what you call seasons. And there is quite a lot of attention. This is from the opening ceremony, sorry. This is from the opening ceremony, by the way, in the bay, the harbor of Bodø. the opening ceremony and the starting point, we had a huge public debate, both locally and in national media. And also has some international focus on us. The debate is, we are not surprised, so to speak, because that's the time we are living in. Also in Norway, we do have this Truth and Reconciliation Committee has made a report, and we find what we experience, we can find it there. For example, some mean there were too much Sami representation in the opening program. And some means there were too little Sami representation, especially from the local Sami language groups and the local Sami people. But those representation issues are challenging when we are producing large-scale events. On what level do you represent, and so forth? And so also balancing the target groups. For the opening ceremony, we also had to think about how to include local indigenous Sami artists, and also how to address people who are not familiar with Bodø and then this part of the world at all. This is also from one of the events during that week. What we are especially concerned about, we should also understand this is a part of this policy summit you are attending to now. What we are concerned about is this legacy. What kind of challenge? What do we get out of this 2024 after we are closing the lights and locking the doors next year? First of all this program, all this number of projects, all that's happening in itself must have an effect. We are building new cultural connections, collaborations, cooperations. We are building more competence and new relations from different actors. In itself, this is a positive effect. But there are some challenging questions still. How will we change the image of Nordland? For example, that the criticism that there's too much Sami, the Sami is not an indigenous people, so why should they have a place in this at all? Those questions coming up, how will those be more? Will the climate for debating the place and the representation of the Sami in happenings like this in the institutions, will that change? We hope so. And furthermore, the legacy. But do we also see structural change or development? What will happen after 2024? Will there still be funding for having Sami projects? Will there be funding for Sami artists, institutions, and festivals? And that again opens the question of self-determination versus the conditional terms that maybe we can experience. Do they presuppose cooperation with Norwegian and European institutions, for example? On the other hand, what about the local and regional Sami arts institutions? Will they get better funding, capacity, etc.? And these are questions we will address throughout the year in Bodø 24 with the owners and also with the Sami parliaments. And I just wanted to add in the end, when I was so inspired from especially what Michelle said, because exactly, I'm also deputy member of the National Museum of Norway, also deputy member of the Arts Council. And we have exactly what Maria was talking about. We are discussing now at a strategic level in the National Museum. And this is because there is a difference being, like Michelle's, sometimes I like the words, we are not so used to use the word decolonization, reconciliation, implementation. Those words are new to us because we are in the midst of a process of using those words. So, but I do think that think about the Sami on a strategic level. If you have that as a starting point, acknowledging the special place as indigenous people on strategic level in institutions, then it's different from have a starting point. You just want to show some Sami project representation on a cultural level, on a strategic level, acknowledging. Then you are opening questions like symbolism, use of language, capacity building, and so forth. Whereas on a lower level, so to speak, then we are talking about inviting some artists, and it's like a whole different. It's not a different ball game, but it's a very different starting point. So that's where we are. We want to discuss with Budo 2024. Where at the end of the day, do we have changed on a capacity, strategic level, how the Sami institutions, artists are represented or are hired, or what are they placed after this year? So we hopefully that will have a huge impact, both let's say on the artist level, but especially on the strategic level. So in the years to come, there will be no so harsh debates about the Sami representations in happenings like this, and also we can get some more funding, so we can especially that the heartbeat can still keep on beating. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars Magne. Thank you so much for that presentation and also your thoughts on these important topics. Will you stay on with us during this panel?
I will, but I can only hear you, so I see people doing something there. But
okay.
So, but I will listen to this, and
wonderful.
If I really want to say something, I will make an.
You do that. I can see your face on the screen, so you just wave if you want to say something. Thank you. This is extremely interesting, and I have so many questions to ask. It's almost hard to find an entrance and find a starting point. But we're going to talk about the European Capital of Culture. We're going to talk about UMO 2014, 10 years after, and also about Budo 2024 in an indigenous Sami perspective. And first of all, please allow me to be a little bit critical. Because as an outsider, not being a part of these projects, and as a Sami, I must admit that I've always been a little bit curious about the whole concept of the European Capitals of Culture in an indigenous perspective, as it celebrates European cities and European culture, which is interesting as Europe is like the mothership of colonialism. So how to find a balance where you can actually present or celebrate even indigenous culture during a capital culture year and still address or be mindful about, at least, or reflect upon the historical and ongoing marginalization and oppression. And that balance must be very difficult for the European capitals of culture in indigenous nations, and also for the EU that are kind of assessing these applications. So that's a bit about my kind of point of view, but Thomas first. Grab a microphone. First of all, and briefly, try to explain to us where did the idea of becoming a European capital of culture, where did it come from? And did it in any way derive from the Sami communities in Umeå or the region?
Is this on? Okay. Frankly, I didn't know what it was. From the Umeå Theater Company. It was a leader of that. He wrote a leader in, I think, about in the beginning of 2000, that he announced that Umeå should apply to be European European Capital of Culture, and nobody take it seriously because, you know. But the discussion went on, and 2005 we decided, okay, the local municipal council decided we should apply to be. And I can say from the beginning we met lots of questions and skepticism, and not all from the locals in Umeå, the residents in Umeå, from everywhere. We all also from the culture practitioner and everybody too. And one of the questions was and we also met a question from Michael and the indigenous representatives, and we haven't even. When we started, we thought, what will we president? What will the presidents when we applied for? And okay, it was natural. The northern part of Europe. What's that? What is the northern part? And very quickly we saw that the northern part of Europe includes Sápmi. So we have to have a discussion how we introduce this. So, but it was a lot of questions from the beginning on, both from Umeå residents and also from Michael and others. How will you do that? So it was a long discussion. We started in 2005, and you know, so almost 10 years we discussed these questions. I recognize a lot of challenges.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And just to give us a little bit of context, if you go back to 2005 when this process started, what was the kind of discourse on the Sami land rights, the Sami presence, the Sami history in Umeå back then? Was it a kind of vital discourse, so it was very natural to kind of frame the Sami nation and Sami culture as a starting point for the application, or was it different?
No, maybe for some of us, and I will live with him for about 25 years, who started the Samis. Some of us was, but we have a long debate about what includes, and lots of questions. And Michael know that we also, not only the local residents, we also have people from university, not in Umeå, but other university in Lund and other professors who question what have Umeå to do with Sami. There was lots of questions. What's also in Umeå? What's this? What do we in Umeå have to do with Sami? So we have to start this journey to acknowledge that this is natural for us. Who knows? But it was very few who knows it.
And did it feel like a starting point? Did it feel like a starting point for kind of creating a new discourse on the Sami history of Umeå also?
Yes, we know that. We have to do this because, and we also acknowledge, we know that we will meet a lot of questioning and skepticism and criticism also, not only from the residents, from the Sami organization and things like that, but we said, okay, let's do this because we need to have another history or another future. We have to include these all types of questions that it includes. So.
And lastly, I don't know if you know the details about this, but I know that you submitted the first application in 2008, and then you got it back with quite harsh critique from the jury concerning the Sami contribution and content of the application. And then you changed it, or in some way, and it was submitted again in 2009, and that was the application that actually was successful. So can you say something about what happened in between the first application that got critique for the Sami content and representation and the one that you actually submitted and succeeded with?
Yes, but in the first application was just, we don't know what to do. We're just taking in lots of things that what we want to do, and so it was not. So we didn't have a program then yet, but as you said, the jury was one of the first questions the jury asked us from the beginning was, how will you include the Sami people in this application? So we have to answer that question. So then we go, okay, this is a question, we have to have an answer to this. And when we started discussion with Michael, and as you know, we organize. We have a Sami producer, and we have a culture committee, a culture board with actors. So it was developed from this point.
And I can imagine, Mikael, that you were a kind of big part of that discussion and those reflections also between 2008 and 09. And you were the chair of Sakje, the Sami Association, when the application was submitted. So tell us a little bit about the involvement of the Sami community and artists in this phase of the project.
Yes, as you said, Thomas said also, it was not anchored, the first application in the Sami society. So for us, for me as a chair and for our board in the Sami, local Sami association, we had to make a choice. Are we going in this project to make it anchored and real and good as much as we could help the process? Or should we stay out of it? So there was a strategic decision. What can we win to be part of this? And what can we lose? So it was a kind of a tricky decision for us as a local Sami association to take. But we, in a way, was fearless. In that case, we had more to win because as we all understand the knowledge of Sami history, the Swedish colonial history, and the contemporary Sami society is very low in this country. And that's not the people's own fault. It's there is no education in school still about this. So the non-knowledge is reproduced every year in the schools. So the numbers that we give knowledge, they will be the newcomers who don't know a thing will be more. So it's a job. It's a lifetime job. But that was a very important decision to anchor it in the Sami society with the Sami organization, of course the Sami parliament, and this and that, to make it anchored in the Sami society. That was a crucial point. The next step was changing the organizational structure within the project. It was a municipality-run organization, so it wasn't that easy. It wasn't a project by itself. It was inside the municipality. That was a choice you took.
And did you manage to change the project structures?
Yes, we eventually.
In what way?
First, it was a part-time producer, Sami producer. Then it was doubled, and then it was tripled. So we got more and more producers with Sami competence within the organization. The other thing was, and I think I have to say, I think it was my idea that we connected a Sami artistic board to the organization to look into all projects that said or wanted to touch on the Sami culture. So we
an advisory board.
An advisory board. So we stopped some projects that wasn't grounded at all. It was just using the Sami culture as something interesting.
And this is so interesting because I'm also wondering, was it ever like a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, if you see what I mean? Was it ever like we have to participate because if we don't participate, it will still happen, but then without us? So you're like, but participating could also mean to not make it perfectly or not, succeed in changing the structures, actually getting genuine, decision making from a Sami point of view, and so on and so forth. Were you ever afraid? Did you ever sense that feeling of damned if you do and damned if you
Yeah,
don't.
but starting from the level of 0 is easy to go a little bit up. So it wasn't that I wasn't totally afraid of this. And the good thing with Umeå, it's a very open city across the cultural institutions. It's a lot of good people in important positions. So the collaboration on the cultural sector in Umeå is very, very good. So we have to remember that this week, and we have the 25th time, it already had been going on
For a long time.
7, 8 years. So we were already established festival with the help of the municipality. And what happened when we stepped in? We got some extra money, right? So it was a win situation for doing this also. So, yeah.
And concerning Umeå 2014, when you're here, Lars Magne, I just wanted to ask you also, were Bodø inspired by Umeå in any way in your work with the application and the kind of setup of the project? Did you examine how they worked with the indigenous involvement and representation in any way?
Oh, yes, we did. And also, because Fredrik Lindegren, he was the leader of the cultural administration for Umeå. He's part of the board of Bodø 2024. So we had direct experience in the board as well. Yeah, we studied it, and we learned some lessons there about representation and inclusion. So I think also there's a lot of water that, what do you call it? Since then, from Umeå, both in Norway and Sweden, since then, at least in Norway, right now, both the Bodø municipality and the Nordland County has very good, what you say, some inclusion on the strategic level. What we lack in Norway is the implementation, what the Common Truth and Reconciliation Committee calls implementation gap. The funding is lacking, but the visions are there. So this, for us, this was a window of opportunity to okay, this is a chance to address the situation for the Sami institutions, for the local Sami artists, and maybe this is a platform we can do something. So that's why we also really, I spent a lot of time during 2017-18 to lobby for the Sami parliament to be a part of this, which in the end they did. I'm very happy for that. But yes, but we learned from Umeå, that's the main point.
And I also want to ask you as well, Mikael, but also Lars Magne, because one thing I also find very kind of potentially challenging with this project is the kind of sense of accountability in the relations between the European Capital of Culture administration and leadership and the Sami communities. And as a part of the official program of Umeå 2014 and as a Sami collaborator, was there any safety net or mechanisms to ensure accountability if indigenous perspectives and concerns were disregarded or misrepresented in the planning and execution of the Umeå 2014 year?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mentioned the Sami Artistic Board was an important tool to reinsure that there was not any, kitsch going on using the Sami. So, and that was important. But I think it was also like a learning experience for the administration that we came in with our perspectives. So there was lecturing going on, as we Sami all know. We have to lecture very often, and we did that in different ways inside the organization. And we made also a special day about Sami culture in Stockholm for all the national authorities that we fixed from the Sami Artistic Board and the producers. So, you know, we of course we understood that we have to educate at the same time. So that's it's a little bit exhausting, but as we all know, Sami knows, that's a part of the daily work, so to speak. And it's not the people, they don't have the knowledge, it's not their faults. It's the structural conditions of schooling, the whole society. So I would say a reflection to Lars Magne and Maria with Bodø. I think in a way you have taken absolutely steps concerning how Umeå 2014 was, since you are in the board, for instance. Aili Keskitalo, the former president of the Sami parliament in Norway, and you, Lars Magne, who is experienced in so many cultural fields and language and so on. So I think that this is very, it's a step towards something. But finally, I want to say something here, so I don't forget. Is that okay? That's, I think something happened locally during the journey of Umeå 2014, absolutely. And even regionally, now we have Vermicaux. That's in a way a child of, not directly, but you understand, indirectly from what happened here in 2014. So there's a like a journey. We who are working with Sami culture in different ways, to be a partner on the regional level. We are getting there now, but the national level, so hard to change structures there. And remember, Norway has signed ELO 169. It's a convention, not a declaration of indigenous rights. Sweden has not. And that is a big, big difference. In Norway, they have 8 to 10 times more money into the cultural sector compared to Sweden. We have this small 17 million Swedish crown every year for the total Sami cultural sector. Still the same condition on the national level.
I do agree. It's a very, very different premises for the development of Sami culture in Sweden and Norway. But Maria, I want to also bring the same question on accountability to you, actually, because I'm extremely kind of interested in that. They will turn it on. I'm interested in who takes care of the Sami artists when the shit hit the fan. Because I so often experience that national institutions and non-indigenous initiatives want to present Sami artists to create a discourse, a debate, or artistic representation. And when, again, the shit hits the fan, the Sami artist is always kind of left alone and has to stand, gets all the critique, the hatred, the racism, and there is no accountability. There is no one, that takes responsibility for that. We always have to stand alone in that. And I truly find that as an important question also concerning the European capitals of culture, because you want to, of course, reflect and represent Sápmi, the land you're on, the culture, and the communities. But if there is any, as I said, misrepresentation or disregard, who will fix it?
That is a really hard question to answer because it is so complicated. It's so many answers to that in a way. I think To be honest, I think not just the artists, but our communities as a whole, us as individuals, Samis, and our communities needs to be really strong sometimes. Like it's, as you say, when it is like a total storm around us, we don't really have any choice. We just have to stand in it. There isn't really anybody there to, except from ourselves. And then after to be honest, for me, just to use the example of our opening, it was like too much Sami content for some people. So the first storm that comes then is really harsh. And then you get both Sami community people from the Sami communities and also other people, non-Sami people, are, the discussion becomes a little bit more nuanced. And then you kind of feel like that is kind of where you got to grab your straws of like, okay, so there is some support also for our artists, for our communities. I think it's a hard position to be in, to fight for your rights as we have to do. So I'm not really sure how to answer that. There isn't really a safety net that will kind of catch us, except from if you're lucky enough to have a community to go to that will understand, I think. And
but
also,
what about the organization? How did the organization respond? Was it the safety net? Was it mechanisms that could be accountable when this happened?
Depending on who needs to be taken care of, if you understand. Just to say for myself, the day after the opening, I met with Lars Magne and Aili, and also
the Sami board members.
Yes, and also the leaders above me in the organization, just to have like a debrief, because it was really hard to sit and listen to all of this and get all of this. You kind of, it's so strange because you kind of, it's a shock, and it's also something that you knew would happen. So both are true at the same time. You knew this would happen in a way, or at least it felt like this. It's both are true, even though they are opposites. Yeah.
And just to give the audience that haven't seen it a little bit of context, the fact that the Sami artist Ella Maria Hetta Isaksen ended the opening ceremony of Bodø 2024, and she opened her coat and it said, "This is Sami land," with large white letters. And for Bodø, that was a shock. And of course, the big discussion was also about what do you mean this is not Sami land? How can you say that? And so on and so forth. And then all the critique about too much Sami content, and it was terrible discussions. Just to add some context.
Yeah, but also I think it's in a way it's really terrible to stand in it and look at, to be honest, with like the pure racism that comes. But also I must say, okay, so it's a really hard discussion, but it's also a really important discussion because we are on Sami land. So how to, like, this discussion obviously needed to be had then, since we are not agreeing on this. So I think, okay, it's really hard to stand. To be honest, some of the people I spoke to afterwards was like, I'm so sorry that you have to go through this. But this is kind of where we are right now. We don't really have any choice. We kind of have to stand in this. We have to, and I'm kind of glad that that discussion kind of happened, because it's obviously there. It's like not to take it. It would be to say that, okay, so we just close our eyes to what's obviously there. Sometimes when I walk around in my gakti in Bodø, you get comments, you're scared. I always have to like take on my gakti, and I also have to take on a shield. Like, and most comments are positive, I must say, to be like that is also true. But the ones that are scary are so scary, and you're so like, especially when later at night when people have been drinking or whatever, then you're kind of you're actually scared. We are still there. So we kind of need to acknowledge that. So that's just how it is.
And speaking of that, going back to the very kind of starting point for this discussion, as the Sami coordinator in Bodø 2024, how do you reflect on how the European Capitals of Culture can combine the celebration of indigenous arts and culture with the sheer fact that racism, marginalization, and oppression is still ongoing to a certain degree, and also there's a big political struggle about indigenous and Sami rights and land rights, of course, especially. So, is it like even possible to combine? And does that broad picture and that broad representation of the Sami, does it have a kind of space within the framework of the European Capital of Culture?
Well, kind of have to believe that. That's why I work. I wouldn't be able to work in it if I didn't believe in the possibility of, as you said, both of you really said, like you can choose not to participate and say that it's impossible, but then you kind of lose the spotlight. And I'm happy about it. I'm happy about the discussion coming up then. So, because it's obviously needed. So, I think one of the best ways we can give the stage to a true representation is giving the stage to Sami institutions, telling our stories, what we need to talk about, like what we want to tell our stories, how we want to tell them. So, you will have different levels of kind of Sami involvement, if you say, like if we could have like total representation through Sami organizations or institutions like the Oriel Samian Theater or ISPI, for example, or you can have some Sami involvement like what we are doing, me and Lars Magne and Naili, within Bodø 2024. It's not a true Sami organization, but it is. We are represented, and we do our work within the organization, and we have our perspectives based on both our experiences as, to be honest, to be mostly based on our experiences of being Sami. And then you have other organizations or like events or happenings during the year that isn't totally, like you want some Sami influence at least. So it won't be true, or it won't be partly, but it will be at least something. So I think you kind of have to see it in different levels of how much Sami involvement it will be. But the best answer would be, I hope that giving the stage to Sami institutions that wants to tell the stories about what we as a society needs to talk about and set it on the agenda, and also kind of give this point of view to a larger audience, both nationally, like locally in Bodø area and Nordland, and then in like the nation of Norway, and then you have also like the international point of view, because I think we can get some support there too for our. I think it's a good way of going forward. Yeah,
absolutely. Thank you, Maria. Michelle, just listening into this discussion and these perspectives on the European Capitals of Culture, and from a Canadian perspective, what would you think would be the key measures to secure equitable Indigenous contribution and self-determination in the planning and execution of these large non-Indigenous-led representations and initiatives? Big question.
Yes, thank you. I'm partly absorbing and also learning. I haven't had the privilege to be here and participate during these festivals, but I do recognize the challenges, especially, what was being spoken about, the reactions from people. And I think those are very important to address. I think it's an experience I can relate to as an Indigenous person, as an Indigenous woman in particular. I think it's exciting, and thank you for mentioning National Women's Day. kind of forgot about it. But I'm like, oh yes. So I think it's important to also recognize that I know there's policy or report coming out today about violence against Indigenous women here, and I think that's really important to think about as well, and to think about our roles even within our communities as women, and you know, all the work that is done not only to birth and raise communities, but the importance our voices are in these types of discussions that probably have been overlooked more than they should have. But I think what I'm hearing is the ingrained racism that can come out, and you know, it's good to ensure self-care and protection in those circumstances, and to have community. So I think part of ensuring things are done in a good way, in a respectful way, is especially for non-Indigenous organizations who are trying to create change and inclusion and diversity in the programming that you're doing, is making sure there's more than one of us at the table. So there is that solidarity and that support. So I think that the multitude of voices, both from within Sapmi, from the different regions, but also international support, I think that's very key. And that's a responsibility I think organizers have, Indigenous or otherwise, to ensure the care of the people, recognizing the current state of culture and cultural reception that, you know, is unfortunate, but it is something that we still have to deal with, and different countries are at different stages of those relations and that learning and relearning. So I think that's key, is presence, and also not just of a multitude of Indigenous voices, which should include, you know, representation from different geographical areas here, but also, you know, emerging to established voices, making sure you have the elders and the knowledge keepers, young and old, participating in these discussions, you know, teaching from example, right? Like how we can have these conversations and right relations. And key to that are these non-Indigenous organizations' allyship. That's something that's integral and extremely necessary, is for those who are in those positions, for those who are in those positions of power, who have the potential to create change, to, you know, impact policies, funding, to continue to advocate for, but also in collaboration with. Here it seems like it's in a process of consulting with community, which is very important. That's how it began in Canada as well. We've kind of moved beyond that to a little bit more active, you know, collaboration, to now what we're trying to do even at the National Gallery, the creation of the department, creating sovereign spaces, is really about the handing over of space.
Exactly.
So that those, you know, nothing about us without us. And to ensure, you know, as I quoted from the UNDRIP, one of the clauses there is the rights for people to speak for themselves, of themselves, and contribute and have authority over the things that are impacting your lives. So I have lots of thoughts. I don't know if that answered the question.
Me too,
but,
and it's so inspiring, and would love to dig even deeper into what you're talking about right now. But time is flying, and we're having lunch. But I want to kind of end up with our kind of a future perspective in a way. Mikael, I know that you have been advocating for the Arctic Art Summit in Sweden, not as an alternative to the European Capitals of Culture in any way, but also as a kind of a different kind of international tool. If you want to elaborate just super briefly on how you see that concept in an Indigenous perspective.
Yeah, I think Arctic Art Summit is a totally different starting point. It's from it's centered from the indigenous perspective. So that's a totally different starting point compared to a European capital of culture. So, so we in the Sami cultural sector now, today, are very, very interested to try that big, large-scale international culture project here in Sweden. We still, and we know that there is big interest from the northern regions, as we heard the county governor said in the beginning. And we know that it has to be funded also on the national level with the fantastic big amount of 1 million Swedish crowns. And it still hasn't happened. So I just want to, from the Sami cultural sector, I'm the chair of Giron Sami Theater, and I'm also the vice chair of Vermeko, and you know, so many hats. But we have started to think to show agency from ourselves to the national level, that we are starting to think of getting our last drops of money, because we know the immense importance of indigenous projects that the indigenous run. So we are thinking about trying to get our last drops of money, small drops, and together and challenge the state. If we can come up with this, can you come up with the rest, right? So that is what we are thinking about, to help the state to take this big decision of 1 million Swedish crowns. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mikael. The very last question, Thomas, for you. Before we have to go to lunch, we're all hungry, I imagine. But I just wanted to know, also after hearing this, and hopefully maybe as an inspiration for Buddha, is it anything that you would have done differently when you look back now, 10 years after?
Yes, it's lots of things, but you can change the history, but you can change the future.
Absolutely.
As you know, but because we have as you said, we have a long history of naturalism. Don't forget it, hundreds of years of naturalism. And it's not includes the minority or the Sami people in this naturalism. You know, my parents come from Tornedalen. And my mother, she was forbidden to speak his own language at school. And you know, nobody knows this. They start to know this. So we talk about it now. But for 10 years ago, when I tell everybody, this is not true. Because there's a long, long history. And that's I agree with you. We have to take this kind of discussions. You have to, okay, we will meet racism and criticism and everything, but we have to do it. So this is my last meaning. Keep on fighting, because we need it. Also on the national level.
Wonderful last words. Keep on fighting, because we need it. And with that, I would like to say thank you to Mikael, Thomas, Maria, and Michelle, or Lars Magne digitally. And yeah, give them a round of applause, please. And after lunch, we will look forward and actually look to the future and see what we can do with the upcoming European capitals of culture. But now, good people, it's lunch. And this will happen in a certain manner. You have to reflect on whether you want fish, meat, or vegan food. You go and find yourself a table, and then you register your number on the table. You go to the bar and you order the lunch, and it will be brought to your table. It's a brilliant concept. There is also some water and something to drink there in the back, and you can also buy other things from the bar if you would like that. And we will meet here at 1 o'clock.
But before we eat, I just want to say thank you to our panelists and to Megan. And we have some chocolate if you have to wait long in the line. And it's flavored by herbs that you find in the forests here around. We have fadno, kvanne. It's good for the immune systems, viruses. We have blueberries, sire, that is good for the eyes, good sight. And we have jägge, mörtjam, kvanne, good for the urinary system. Good to get rid of poison. You get free from bad things. And then we have sarva urtse. That is anti-inflammatory if you get a fever. And actually, Megan, you will not be on here again, so you will have for your eyes blueberry. And that was Siri, the Ume Sami name. So I named the forest, and thank you for your presentations. And now it's lunch. But give your hands to the panel again.
Dear friends, thank you. Okay, welcome back. As I said, we have an exciting part 2 of this summit starting now. And to further examine the concept of both the European Capitals of Culture and other large collaborative events and indigenous representation, we want to look at the artists, the curators, and the indigenous culture workers. How do they see the potential of these large-scale projects? Can they serve as a platform for meaningful dialogue and even reconciliation? And are these events, important representations of Sápmi today? Thomas Kolbengtsson, renowned Sami artist, Aula Guttorm, and Oli Idrisiak, that you have already met from National Gallery in Canada, will all present their views and perspectives on these questions. And after that, we will not have a panel discussion, but instead, we will immediately after these presentations do a coffee break with an add-on. I want you to discuss these perspectives and your own perspectives concerning the things that we have heard today and the discussions that we have had, and prepare for the 2 last panels on future and upcoming Arctic European capitals of culture. How do we ensure and secure Sami contribution, self-determination, and decision-making in these future projects? That's the big question of today. So first, everyone, please welcome Thomas Kolbengtsson.
Keito. I don't know if I'm hörs. Okej, mein Name är Thomas Kolbengtsson, man Chapis Julki. Man Oriel Sami, Ternase Botam. Hello, my name is Thomas Kolbengtsson. It means black legs. I have white legs, but my name is like that. And I come from Tärna. I was asked to have an art historic kind of education, and I'm doing some from an indigenous perspective onto indigenous and modernistic art. So as you see here, indigenous art, so-called primitive art. I will talk 10 minutes, I hope. And I have a lot of pictures. I tried to come to a conclusion in the end. So in Uppsala, the main church, Christian church in Uppsala is in Uppsala. And you can see the physical representation of an idea is very powerful. That's why I'm looking forward to a Swedish Sami parliament building, because it is needed. And the closest building to the church is actually the Racial Biology Institute. So you can see it's so close to the state religion. It was state religion in Sweden up to 1950. Now it's like you are free to have your own religion. Anyway, these ideas of measurement and determine different races is, I believe, a way for a scientific way for the state to prove that so-called the state has superiority to minority classes like Sami, Roms, Tornedalingar. Here are actually my grandmother's measurements and her family, Bonta. So I got that. But I start with Pocahontas when she saved Captain John Smith in Virginia, 1607. And she was probably the first indigenous who was baptized in Northern America. And they took her to England. She was presented to the Queen Mary as the daughter of the Emperor of Virginia. And still there is this stereotype of Pocahontas in Disney movies. Also, James Cook, when he was the first in Pacific, so to say, first Western to be in Pacific. And they met in Tahiti, wonderful woman and nice paradise way of living. And so the sailor came back to London and told those stories. And we still have this idea of Polynesia as paradise for, well, free sex and a nice paradisic way of living. And the French painter Paul Gauguin, he was born in France but grew up in Peru, in Lima. And his upbringing was described as he was like a young prince. He had indigenous servants. Undoubtedly, he saw indigenous Peruvian art. But the family, when he was 10 years, the family had to go back to Paris. And he read the bestseller novel about a French sailor who went to Tahiti and married a Polynesian princess. So Gauguin got that idea, oh, I do that also, which he did. I mean, Tahiti was a colony of France. And he married a 14-year-old girl. But he had this feeling, he has this understanding what indigenous art was about. Yeah, that it wasn't kind of a bourgeois environment. It was more like a connection to the gods and to the nature, indigenous art. So this is one of his example of the goddess of love. And you can see in front there's a table. It's like you bring the offerings to the goddess. So he was inspired by Polynesian shrines, religious objects. And Picasso, he saw this exhibition in Paris, the Gauguin exhibition, and was very inspired of it. He collected himself indigenous art. And Picasso also had this revelation what indigenous art is about, or I would rather say what art is about. It's our connection to a spiritual world, so to say. And also you can see it's also a way of thinking, the colonial thinking, that, you know, you can use mining ores and timber, lumber, and water power, but you can also use culture as a raw material and work it for free. So Picasso's kind of copied Marquise and Polynesian and African sculptures. And I mean, it isn't wrong, but it's a mismatch, because the work of Picasso and Gauguin and Matisse, this I will show, cost several billion Swedish crowns. You could actually buy one of the Marquise Island of one of the painting that Gauguin actually made in Marquise Island. That was bought in Dubai. I think it's 4 billion Swedish crowns, and that painting is now in a, you know, in a kind of in a vault. You can't see it. It's more like making money out of culture, like bills. Okay, but Picasso, he carved out in oil. Oh, 5 minutes, my God. Anyway, he did this representation with, you see the sacrifice table in front of the goddesses. And Matisse was one that also was inspired by Picasso, and he also used indigenous Inuit art, Greenlandic art, in his art. And we have the most famous sculptor in England, Henry Moore. He was heavily influenced by Maya. And you have also, this is a spoon from West Africa, anthropomorphic spoon. It's kind of human spoon. And Giacometti's spoon is like 100 times more valuable than the original, so to say. And also in contemporary artists like Louise Bourgeois, her husband was director of a primitive art museum in New York, and undoubtedly he had a great influence on her work. This is a bag from Greenland, and this is Louise Bourgeois' sculptures. And you come to Navajo people in Arizona. They're using sand painting as a shamanic ritual. Jackson Pollock, when he was a teenager, he was visiting Navajo during these ceremonies. So you can see they have the same method of getting into a trance situation. But the thing I object about is that the art critic says, well, Jackson Pollock was actually the first American artist. But of course, I mean, he was doing the thing that the indigenous in US have already done. Also the, so to say, creator of the land art, Robert Smithson, that spiral in Utah. You can see the people on the jetty. But already the year 1000 or 800, you have this spiral in Ohio by indigenous. And Sweden, Hjalmar Lundbom in Kiruna, he had also this idea that let's bring in artists and they can take inspiration from indigenous, from Sami art. So here is among with the savages. And Andersson and Liljefors was there. And John Bauer was one of them who was there most, I would say. And he has taken photo. I think it's actually relative of Åsa Simma, this woman. Anyway, you can see that the troll got this Sami gapta and Votek dress. And the more you can see that in the end, the troll is, I mean, the princess is, I wouldn't say that she is Sami, but I guess that the troll is kind of Sami. And you can see this is a masquerade costume from Finland, also in comedy, you know. So this irasistic idea still exists. So I actually made the first official Sápmi sign. I mean, what is Sápmi? I mean, Sápmi is the land where Sami people live and work and has own. So I put it outside the Swedish parliament 2 years ago. I was almost arrested. I had to take it away. But I kind of made a kind of statement. But I discovered that the word Sápmi does not even today exist in Swedish Academy, word list, diction. You have San Marino and even Gothenburg, but you don't have Sápmi. And why this? Well, I mean, if the Swedish Academy accept Sápmi, then they accept that Sami has a right to our country. So this is a future vision. This is from my home area in Tärna, between the border, that when you enter, at least where there are Sami villages, you should have that you enter Sápmi. And it's actually double-sided. So from Norway, you see you enter European Vision and Sápmi. Once happens that my art actually got arrested, and it was during the court conflict in Lycksele tingsrätt, and it's about the right to the Sami village that is ongoing. And I did a kind of representation of the people that first came, you know, the northern Sami that came to our southern Sami land, but it was arrested actually and put in jail. I had to take it out myself. And last, I would say that we have this indigenous art tour in US and Canada. We have been in Whitehorse, and now we are in Twin City, Minneapolis, where we had a collaboration with the Dakota people and many joint exhibition with 12 indigenous artists also. So it proves actually that indigenous art has a really strong visual promoting indigenous people, political. So we have also in the Venice Biennale this year, indigenous people from Brazil will be represented and also from South America. And I know that in Chile and has also indigenous artists. So I guess that's 10 minutes. Okay, great.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. And thank you for raising the question about cultural appropriation that we will discuss also in the last two panels. And I also have to add that at the Venice Biennale this year, the Danish pavilion is all Inuit, with Inutek Stork, the great photographer. There's chocolate and a walking stick. Thank you. Yes. Over to Oli. Brief presentation about the artistic and curatorial perspectives on these matters.
Okay. Just me coming up?
Just you coming up.
Okay.
You have a mic on, you can sit down, you can stand, you can have some water.
I'll sit.
Wonderful.
So something that I just wanted to talk about, given the opportunity to do it a little talk again, was the fact that joining the National Gallery team in the Indigenous Ways and Decolonization Department, right now we have actually 3 Inuit in our department, which is a first for the National Gallery. We have myself in a support role as curatorial assistant. Then we have Jocelyn Parainen, who's an associate curator specializing in Inuit art. And then there's Renelta Arluk, who is manager of protocol, policy, and strategic initiatives. So it's just really important to have this representation at varying levels within the gallery. Excuse me. And what's really interesting is we were talking about recently how even though we're all Inuit, we come from different regions, we come from different dialects, and we have these different strengths and roles that we bring to the table. So we're not just token Inuit within the gallery, we're all filling different roles within the gallery. And I think that's super important. And I also have these two really brilliant Inuit to look up to within my career. So that has been super special coming into the curatorial department in that way. Yeah. So I'm also a writer and artist myself, so I bring that into my role as a curatorial assistant. And the three ways that I usually approach things in my writing, in my curatorial projects, is through ecology, kinship, and storytelling. Yeah, so that's where I'm coming from. And I don't know, I guess I could just talk about another project that I did when I was at the University of Lethbridge Art Gallery recently. Last year I curated a show that featured Inuit artworks that didn't have the name attached to them, so it's a widespread problem that many Indigenous artworks within collections and museums are unattributed. So I took the opportunity to do a research project. It started as a research project within that gallery to look at the 124 artworks that were unidentified. And what's really interesting is that Lethbridge is a small city in southern Alberta, and just context-wise, it's very far away from the north. And I was maybe one of two Inuit living in the city, so it was super special to be able to work with the Inuit art collection in the school that I went to, but also so far away from our homelands. Anyways, a little bit of context there. So out of the 124 unidentified Inuit artworks, I was able to name 36 of them, attach them to individual artists using syllabics, which is our writing system, and also disc numbers, which were numbers that were assigned to Inuit from the federal government from the 30s to the 70s-ish. My dad's generation was one of the last generations to receive those numbers, so a lot of Inuit would sign their names in their disc numbers. So it was really interesting seeing that and how that interrupted identity. Yeah, so I finished going through all of those artworks, was only able to identify 36 out of the 124, but that ended up being an exhibition within the gallery there of the identified ones, and it added so much being able to see like the families that, it was weird because there were two married couples that were identified and a mother-daughter duo out of all of them. So out of 36 artworks, it's just so weird that there were so many family connections. So that was really cool. And that's why I really love working within galleries and making my little small improvements and support in that way. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Uli. Wait a sec. I
Okay.
just wanted to.
Okay.
Since we have you here now on stage, I
Okay.
just wanted to ask you some brief questions, also to provide even more kind of context for the audience, not knowing the National Gallery of Canada also. So I just wanted to ask you, do you remember when you saw the National, or when you visited the National Gallery of Canada for the first time? Was that before kind of the curatorial change process, or was it after?
No, the Indigenous Ways and Decolonization Department had just emerged or been created when I first visited. Living out in Alberta, I didn't get the opportunity to visit until very recently, actually, just because it was so far. But yeah, I came in or became aware of it right as it was being developed, and that's how I met Michelle.
And the reason I asked, because I really wanted to hear your perspectives on that curatorial kind of strategic changed, because I visited the National Gallery of Canada the first time in 2015,
Yep.
and when I came into the museum, I asked where's like the indigenous art, and then you had to go down in the basement
Yeah, for the Inuit.
for the Inuit
Yeah.
exhibition, and it was like very kind of hard to find, and it's just the symbolism of having it down in the basement.
Yeah.
And then, of course, all these changes came, and now when visiting the exhibitions of the National Gallery, the way also the indigenous art is curated is so very different than it
Yeah.
used to be. How do you kind of perceive these strategies today as a young curator?
Yeah, I think we're all as a team dedicated to institutional transformation, and even when there's pushback against that, we're all very supportive of each other, and that's really important to all of us to have in both the permanent spaces, the Indigenous Canadian galleries, and the contemporary galleries, having Indigenous artworks in all of those spaces. Yeah, so it's been really important being able to be involved with all areas of the gallery rather than just being put in one spot.
And last, how do you think it would have been to work in a national institution, national art institution, as the National Gallery of Canada, if there were no Indigenous representation in the leadership of the institution? How
Oh
would
my
that
goodness.
how would that affect your work, do you think?
I think that would be very difficult.
Why?
I think we just have an implicit understanding of the things that we go through as Indigenous people, and it can be hard. And I think that's what's really beautiful about the changes that are happening, is that we're creating these networks and these teams that make it less hard. Yeah.
Thank you, Oli.
Thank
There
you.
is some chocolate and a
Thank
walking
you.
stick for you as well. You might have
Thank
to discuss
you.
that with the airline. Thank you so much. Last but not least, we're giving the floor to Aula Guttorm, who is the producer of Iyahis Idja Festival in the Finnish side of Sápmi. The floor is yours.
Nope. Pörre päiviä puhkaat, mun nammalla Oula Guttorm ja tjärvuotat aanäris. Hello everyone, my name is Oula Guttorm and greetings from Inari, Finnish side of Sápmi. Nice to hear that I have support here. I'm going to talk about Sami Music Center and the Iyahis Festival. This is something that I've been involved now in 10 years, and before that I was working as an agent for Sami artists such as Vimme, Ailu Valle, and Ulla Pirttijärvi-Länsman. So I've been like sitting on the both sides of the table, like booking artists and also selling artists, and then I've been playing myself in these bands as well. So Sami Music Center, what it is a unit under the Sami Parliament in Finland. We do have 3 these units, one for music, one for children's culture, and one for films. And what these essentially are, they are like these practical level cultural services that we offer to Sami. As we know, the politics is maybe on this upper level, but these are the things that really like are visible to everyday life of Sami, at least locally in Finnish side of Sápmi. We organize workshops, concerts, film screenings, and other events. The units are funded by the Ministry of Culture and Education, but it is through Sami Parliament because it's a part of the Sami self-governance. The state gives the money, but we get to choose what we use it for. So to the festival then, which is maybe more known thing. Iähisitja is a music festival for indigenous peoples. Mostly we do have artists coming from Swedish side of Sapmi, Norwegian side of Sapmi, and in Finland, of course. Before Putin's war in Ukraine, we did have artists coming from Siberia as well, and Kola Peninsula. We would love to have artists coming more from Canada, but our budget does not share the love, unfortunately. We have had artists from Canada and still aim to have them in the future as well, but it's not every year thing. What the program consists of, gigs and other art performances. We have had theater plays, like book seminars and music seminars, and literature as well, and very many kinds of things besides music. Then of course we have own day for the children and the youth, which is quite important for us because there are workshops for them in which they do not only learn about Sami music but also from Sami tuochi, the handcraft, the traditional ways, all in all. So it's kind of education for themselves, for the children and the youth, and to get them into the culture and get motivation to learn the language as well. And you can see here the dates for this upcoming summer's festival. So you are all welcome there, of course. The aim is to promote traditional and modern Sami music. We do not have so many stages for the traditional Sami music. So for us, it is really important to give stage every year to the traditional vocal music styles, which in Finland we have 3 of those: Northern Sami Joik, Skolt Sami Leut, and Inari Sami Liute. And we give a stage for those, but of course we do have modern Sami music artists as well. The festival is a few performing opportunities that we have in Finland for the artists. We don't have so many events there where they could perform. We have this kind of newer thing now, which is this talent stage, which is aimed for the up and coming young artists to get their music to the public. Besides the music, what the festival really is, it's a meeting place for the Sami. Maybe some of you know that most of the Sami people, at least in Finland, live in the cities. I guess it's the same in all these countries. So people from the cities come to Inari to see their relatives and their friends, and they get to know with new people as well. So it's really like this big gathering place for the Sami. We tend to say that the festival is from the Sami to the Sami, but that doesn't mean that we wouldn't welcome non-Sami people as well. We think the festival is really good tool to prevent prejudice and even racism. I think that we have done that for some point, because we do have all kinds of people visiting the festival nowadays. I think 10 years ago the situation was not that same, that most of the audience was Sami, but now there's a lot of non-Sami visitors as well, who are just interested in Sami music or the festival in general. Next, I have some points or insights about the Sami music field in Finland. I was asked to bring out some challenges and maybe the positive things about it, because I know something about it since I've been working with the festival quite long, and before that other things. So these are, I think, for the music artists, the most difficult things. We do have only few Sami events, and it's difficult to get gigs to other than Sami events. And then, of course, there's no radio play on other than Sami radio channel, and the grants for publishing music or projects is quite small. It's like few thousand euros, and this makes the situation that only a handful of established artists are able to work full time with music, Sami music in Finland. In the picture is rap artist Ailu Valle, who has overcome all these challenges, so he's one of the few. Maybe this is something that, or as Lars Magne said, that what is the position of the Sami artists after the cultural capital year? And this is maybe something that Oulu 2026 could think about also. That what can they do to promote the artists that after the year they get gigs and funding to other events as well. To end with positive things, we do have a lot of new and young artists, and the value of traditional music styles is now high, and that's very welcome. We do have lots of new people who have learned the traditional vocal music styles. And even though I said we have few events, we do have those few events, so it's not dead all the time. So yeah, I think that's the time I had, and I'll thank for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ola. Then it's brief, let's say 10 minutes, because you will spend 5 minutes to get back. 10-minute coffee break, and reflect on these perspectives as we step onto the last panels after the break. Good people, I hope you kind of stretched and shaked off a little bit. The hour after lunch is always a bit heavy for our head, especially on a Friday. But we have some really exciting things in this end part of today's summit. As we move forward, we do need some guidance to provide essential context and a solid framework for our path. We are privileged to have Linde Lindqvist from the Swedish Institute of Human Rights with us today. His insights will shed light on a critical question as, is the inclusion of indigenous peoples in projects that concern us merely a gesture of goodwill? Or are there legal principles and frameworks that can offer us a clear direction? Over to you, Linda.
So thank you so much, and thank you to Michael and to Maya and to all the organizers for this event. It's been amazing to be here. And as was said, my name is Linde Lindqvist. I'm actually originally from Bjurholm, just 70 kilometers from here. And that meant that I also attended high school in Umeå, or upper secondary school in Umeå at Mimerskolan, which is just across the street from here. So the last time I was in this room, we had physical education here. So I remember a floorball tournament in the spring of 2002. That was the last time I was in this room, and I remember scoring 2 goals. So I have very fond memories of this room. And just earlier, I actually learned that this very building was one of the Nordic contributions to the World Exhibition in Chicago in 1893. So it's a room packed with history already, and I think, I mean, just having this event today has really, I think, been very, very inspiring for me. And I think, I mean, it's a silly example, me playing floorball here in this building and so on, but I think it really speaks to something that has been very central today, and that's the kind of notion that the past is not dead, that the past is still alive, it's not even past. And we all have these many different sort of temporal layers in our existence that don't go away. That means also oppressions from the past and sad events, and but also the kind of the power of struggles from the people who have come before us. So when I left Umeå in 2005, and I moved to Lund, where I studied human rights and did my PhD in human rights in 2014. And since then, I've been teaching and researching human rights in Uppsala and the University College in Stockholm. And I've been very intrigued by how the Nordic countries have often played a very active role in international efforts for human rights, yet have not always been very eager to live up to these ideals at a national level. So recently I supervised a student named Julia Karlsson who investigated Sweden's actions in the negotiations on the UN Genocide Convention of 1948. So Julia, she demonstrated how Sweden, despite supporting this convention, actively worked to exclude a provision on so-called cultural genocide. So they wanted to admit that, and they together with a number of other countries, succeeded. So that's not part of the Genocide Convention today. And Julia found out that this was due to concerns that such a provision, just including cultural genocide in that convention, could lead to international criticism against Sweden. And the Swedish delegate at the time said very explicitly at the UN that questions could be raised whether Sweden actually committed a cultural genocide when we Christianized the Sami people. So it was very explicit that they did not want to shed light on that history. So I think the issue of protecting the rights of indigenous peoples and minorities has sort of always been a weak spot in Sweden's, and to some extent the other Nordic countries, since the international human rights system was set in place just after the Second World War. So just a couple of years ago, I decided to pause my academic career to join the Swedish Institute for Human Rights in Lund. And this institute is a quite new independent government agency, which was established in January 2022. And it's intended to serve as Sweden's national human rights institution in accordance with the so-called Paris Principles that the UN adopted in 1993. So these national human rights institutions, they exist in more than 120 countries around the world. In fact, it was just until recently, it was only Malta and Sweden among the EU countries that did not have such an institution. So we are among the last of the EU countries to join that club. So our institute's mandate is regulated by Swedish law, and this law, among other things, it states that we should monitor, investigate, and report on how well Sweden fulfills its international obligations in the field of human rights. And that's all human rights, all international obligations on human rights. And this means that we have a very broad range of issues on our radar. Just to mention a few, we are now working on things like protection of human rights within crime prevention and law enforcement, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, technology and human rights, the rights of asylum seekers and irregular migrants, children's rights, the relationship between human rights and climate change, and issues of racism and discrimination. And we also have a special mandate regarding the rights of persons with disabilities. So we have quite a range of different things that are sort of within our mandate. And one of the conventions that we monitor is the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. This covenant is not very well known in Sweden, but it was adopted by the United Nations in 1966. And it provides legal form to many basic human rights that are contained in the more famous Universal Declaration of Human Rights from 1948. And these includes rights to equal pay for equal work, the right to just and favorable conditions of work, trade union rights, the right to social security, and the right to an adequate standard of living, the right to health, the right to education, and the right to participate in cultural life. So just 2 weeks ago, actually, the international committee that oversees this covenant conducted a review of how well Sweden performs in the protection of these rights. And as part of that review, we as a national human rights institution, we contributed by writing a report. It looks like this. It's a short report, and I actually placed a few copies on one of the tables down in the corner, close to the coffee, so quite strategically placed, I must say. But it's available both in Swedish and English, so feel free to take a copy if you're very interested. So we contributed by writing this report that supplements information from the state and from the Sami parliament and civil society organizations. And we were also present in Geneva to interact with the committee, which consists of 18 independent experts from around the world. So I think all of those who followed the discussions, including myself, were quite overwhelmed by all the different topics that were brought up for discussion. So they included everything from drug policies to housing policies to questions of harassment and discrimination in schools, and to questions of how to measure poverty, for instance. But there was also strong Sami presence on site in Geneva. There was representatives from the Sami parliament, from Amnesty Sápmi, and also from the Sami radio. That was the only media channel following this important review of how Sweden performs on human rights, the Sami radio. And the committee also asked many tough and precise questions about the rights of the Sami people in Sweden. And I think this focus on Sami rights in this particular committee is quite interesting because the covenant itself, this international agreement, does not directly address the rights of indigenous peoples. You wouldn't find the word indigenous peoples' rights in the covenant. What is included in this covenant is the right of peoples to self-determination. And as you may know, this right was originally about freeing former colonies from colonial rules, but over time it has been the interpretation of this principle has been expanded. I was reminded by that when we talked earlier about the concept of decolonization, what it actually means, and over time I think this concept also internationally has been more expanded, and now this right of peoples to self-determination has become a really important tool for claiming indigenous rights. So in our report, we noted a number of things related to Sami rights in Sweden. We noted how we are currently witnessing rapid exploitation of land and natural resources in these parts of the country, an exploitation that the government usually justifies by pointing to the need for a green transition. And we note several examples of how the rights of the Sami people are not being respected in these processes. The case of Galak or Kalak being only one of them. And we also mentioned the 2002 Act on Consultation in matters of special importance to the Sami people. And we think that this act is an important step forward, but we also note that it has many shortcomings and doesn't live up to the international standards for free, prior, and informed consent. So, as I said, the committee asked a number of different questions on these topics during its session in Geneva, and I would not say that it's an exaggeration to claim that the response of the Swedish delegation did not impress the observers in the room, nor did they impress the committee. You could tell that they were quite, they expected more from the Swedish delegation. And I think when listening to the responses, it was quite clear that the Swedish government didn't want to approach issues of land use in Sápmi from a human rights perspective, but rather they wished to discuss conflicts of interest and the need for improved dialogue and cooperation, etc. So you can see this subtle shift in terminology when you choose to use the word interest instead of actually using the word rights. So earlier this week, actually, the committee published its preliminary conclusions and recommendations to Sweden. And these recommendations include several areas that are of relevance to Sami rights in Sweden. And one of the recommendations that were particularly emphasized by the committee and where they expect Sweden to report back to the committee within 2 years is regards the act of consultation. And it says that the state should ensure that this act is used in a manner that guarantees the Samis free, prior, and informed consent in all matters concerning them, and that public officials at all levels need to be educated, need to receive training on the significance of the consultation process and its importance for the Sami people. So I will shortly wrap up, but I just want to say that part of our job at the Institute for Human Rights is to make sure that such recommendations are kept alive, that they are not just they don't just fall into some desk drawer in Stockholm or sucked into some bureaucratic black hole, but they are actually kept alive for discussion. But I still think that at least one question that weighs on me is what we as an independent government institution with a broad human rights mandate, what we actually can do. Because, as I said, one of our central mandates is to monitor, investigate, and report on the human rights situation in Sweden, and to write these kinds of reports. But oftentimes I have this sense that maybe another report is not really what is the most valuable. Many times we actually have quite extensive knowledge of the problems. What is lacking is the political will to actually act on the recommendations that have already been put forth by international committees like the committee that just reviewed Sweden. So the question is really what we can and what we should do. And I think one positive example for me, and just as a way of conclusion, was a conference that we organized in Luleå last September with lawyers and scholars focusing on indigenous rights in Sweden. And we did this in collaboration with Luleå University of Technology and the Silver Museum in Arjeplog. And for us, it was really just incredibly educational and a pleasure to participate in and follow these discussions. And I also believe that it was something that the participants themselves felt was actually missing, just this platform where you could discuss and exchange ideas in an open, inclusive way. So I'm convinced that we actually do have a certain role to play, and I think also one thing that we could add is that we can try to push more for knowledge and just awareness that indigenous rights are not just interests, but actually are an integral part of this international system for universal human rights. So I think I'll stop there, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Linda, for your insights. And there's a walking stick and chocolate for
Amazing.
you too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good friends, we are taking this with us, the insights that Linda brought and everything that we have discussed today when we are now entering the two final and brief panels, efficient panels of today. And in these panels, in the first one, we will talk to representatives of the upcoming and possibly upcoming European Capital of Culture, Aulo and Giron, and also on that panel, further elaborate together with Åsa Simma. I'm trying to find her in the audience. There she is. Wonderful. So first, this panel focusing on the upcoming European Capitals of Culture and the challenges and possibilities that we have discussed today. And then as the final panel with governmental bodies and funders of different kinds, also both the Sami Parliament, the Swedish Arts Council, and it's a great pleasure to also say that we have Amanda Lind, chair of the Cultural Committee of the Swedish Parliament, with us. So that will be a very important conversation. But first of all, I want to invite Aino Valovirta from Aulo 2026. Yes. And Per-Olof Nutti from Giron 2029, maybe. We hope so. And of course, the legend, the myth, Åsa Simma. Okay, we have to do, I think we'll do a little bit more of this redecorating that I've been doing today. Pull them together like that. Thank you all for coming, and I must say, I'm so excited. I'm so curious about these coming European cities of culture, capitals of culture, and I'm also super curious about, how do you feel after hearing this whole day of discussion concerning your projects? But I know first, because Aulo it's decided you will be the European Capital of Culture in 2026. There's no way back.
Yeah.
So tell me about, first of all, just briefly, tell me about the application process and the idea of becoming the European Capital of Culture. Where did it come from, and in what way were the Sami communities and arts and culture field involved in that process?
Well, the decision about applying for the Capital of Culture came about when Finland celebrated our 100th anniversary in 2017. So it began, and then the Sami were involved in the process from early on. So the Kielas Institute at the University of Oulu was was taking part in the process, as well as the local Sami organization, Oulu Sami ry. And then one of our artistic, what should I call her? one of our artistic what would be the word in English? Well, the people advising for the process was also Sami Tuojer and researcher Sikka-Mari Makka. So we had a heavy influence from the beginning on.
Did you receive any critique from the jury concerning the Sami participation in the application and the project as UMO did back in 2008? Or how did the jury respond to your kind of Sami content and anchoring of the project?
From what I've heard, I wasn't part of the organization back then, but what I've heard, they were really interested in the Sami participation in our project, because Oulu is located outside the Sami homeland area, so we are in a special situation in that way. And our idea of borderless Sami culture, crossing the borders between the countries, as we are here on the Swedish side at the moment, but also between the Sami homeland and then the rest of the country was interesting to them.
Can you also tell us a little bit about how you will work now for the next 2 years, because it's still 2 years until you open, and how you work with not only anchoring the project in the Sami communities and in the region, but also how you work on creating content, Sami content. Also, how is that done? What kind of process do you use, or mechanisms do you use to kind of create and produce Sami content?
Well, I began in a part-time role in this organization last year in January, and have worked as a full-time producer in our organization since January this year. And we didn't actually have any mechanisms in place when I began the work, but how I took about it was to discuss with the local community and with Sametikki and also with very widely with people from my community, from the Sami in general, and to see what were the needs of the local people, and then what were the needs that the larger community or the majority had. So this is a threefold project, I think. So firstly, I want to serve my own people and do things that will benefit the Sami in Oulu and in a more general way as well. And then I also need to raise awareness about the Sami, because as was discussed on these sofas before, there isn't very much knowledge about the Sami overall. So it's a never-ending process, I think, and I do what I can to make it end at some point. And then what I also want to do is to introduce these great Sami artists we have, so that we wouldn't have to be in that minority slot in some corner of this important event, so that somebody can say that the Sami are represented and there is diversity, but that the people would notice what amazing talent we have, so that it would be our legacy after 2026 as well.
Wonderful, thank you. I just want to add one last question concerning Aulo now, because when I was a child, I grew up on the border between Norway and Finland, in Sapmi, up north, of course. And I just remember from my childhood, and now also as a grown-up cultural worker, we have always kind of feared Finland when it comes to cultural appropriation, commercialization, commodification of the Sami culture. It was always like, Finland was the worst example of, how you can systematically commercialize Sami arts and culture in the worst way. So what measures are in place in your project to kind of prevent this commercialization and possible commodification, and also, of course, cultural appropriation in your project?
Well, I'd like to say there are a lot of mechanisms in place, but I think I am the first line of defense. So people often come to me with their ideas, and then I need to use my translation skills and tell them whether that's okay or whether that's a bit dubious or something you should reconsider perhaps. I think we are doing fairly well at the moment, and there haven't been that many signs of cultural appropriation, and it's also a topic we want to discuss as part of this process.
Thank you. Per-Olof, first of all, why do Giron want to become the European Capital of Culture 2029?
It's a very good question. If I say so, this is a municipality question, and it's been a part for a year now. We have a steering group. I'm a member of the steering group, and we work hard because we have no good budget. You know, the extremes, the situation in Kiruna municipality is that we have very bad economic now, and that's have been a main question when we take these decisions to make this to be a part of this project. So we say forward, and there is much more work we have to do, especially as I feel like sometimes, and even now, a pink elephant in the room, because I have never speak for a municipality as a political. I'm right here just for Kiruna municipality. I am a reindeer herder at last. I have worked for the Sami parliament. I am a former president in the Sami parliament. So for me, it's very strange to speak about not the right Sami rights the way I used to do, and I always have done, to lift up our rights. So it's be a challenge for me to make difference in the steering group.
I can imagine. And I also have to ask you, might be a different elephant in the room, but I do know that the Sami parliament in Sweden decided to not support the application for Giron European Capital of Culture 2029 only 10 days ago. And I also read that you didn't support that decision. And of course, those who were against the application are not here to kind of defend their decision or view in this matter. But can you say something about the friction that obviously exists also within the Sami parliament and then possibly within the Sami community concerning this application and the status as European Capital of Culture?
Early in this process, so maybe it's strange even for the Sami parliament to take decisions, but not, as I mentioned, there is no economical resource. You have to take this as the Sami parliament has done. So I don't understand why they don't support us as Sami people in this community as Kiruna. And also the Sami villages. We have 8 Sami villages, Sami byar in the Kiruna municipality. We have a lot of Sami people who have done the work there, and just for the Sami culture, have to lift up them. Because today living in Kiruna as a Sami is very hard. There is racism is floating, and it's just because 2 things that I can main here. Is the case that Girja's case, and when that come to they give the right to the Samis to hunt and fish in this area, the Sami area, that's the Sami village. And that's have make it very, very hard to the Sami people, the Sami people to find a place in the Kiruna. And even to make the cultures, be able to make the culture there is very hard. For example, Kiruna Sami Theater, they have found 2 locations there in Kiruna, because they are moving all the city. But when you come up to the Sami question, that's always, I will say it always, you have to wait. That's number 2 or number 3 in the priority. So that's the way I have to say that even in Kiruna, we have to learn about the Sami traditional Sami rights. We are indigenous people. We are also minority, but it's so strange between to be an indigenous and minority. So I have always spoken that we Sami people are indigenous. We have all rights. So that's what we had to do in Kiruna. We had to accept that there is a two kind of people there, and to cooperate. It's a very key word for this. But it's going to be. I'm hopeful. I think we're going to make it, but we must. There is more barriers, so we have to break.
Thank you. Speaking of hopefulness, Åsa, how are you feeling about the possible status as European Capital of Culture for Giron?
Well, first of all, I would like to just continue on what you started. And it's the fact that I was invited to be part of the group for the application that was sent in. And I withdraw.
Why?
And I'm not going to tell that right now. Maybe you will understand when I have finished speaking. What I feel in Kiruna, what is quite hard, of course, the racism that you talk about very much, and also this the minority versus indigenous people. I mean, we also have minorities within the indigenous people. So we have to take care of them too in our own culture. And I feel like there's like a forced marriage, that Sami people has to be forced married to the other group, the minority group. And you can't get married if you're not in love. That's my opinion. But nevertheless, I would like to talk about a really good example of, now it's not a culture capital or event, it's Kultur Sápmi. I've been on a few of them. It's arranged by the Sami Council, and it's a pan-Nordic meeting with artists and culture workers. And in the autumn, in September, I was in Anar, because that's a place where new ideas are presented. And it's a place to talk and discuss things with no outside observers. So you can go discuss very sensitive issues with Sami artists, sensitive issues in our culture, sacred issues from our culture are brought up. And I find it extremely strengthening to participate in Culture Sápmi. And it has a long-term sort of effect on me as a Sami culture worker after I've been at the Culture Sápmi events. And this, what the long-term effect, I think, should be the key word for the culture capital Giron, Oulu, of course. That is not only the year it happens. The culture capital year should be the change maker for the issues that we are dealing with in the Sami community, in the Sami culture. And also, like, remembering that the borders, we never created the borders. We do have our brothers and sisters in Finland and Norway, and we need each other to develop and take the Sami culture further. So in that sense, it should be a demand on the culture capitals that have Sami people to assure a future and a place and take the culture, make it develop.
Thank you, Åsa, and also to kind of give some input to the next panel with funders and governmental bodies. How, because I hear you talking about that the impact and the effects of these projects are in a way more important than the actual activities going on. You know, you have to see the effects and the impact of it. And how is it possible to measure the effects? You know, what kind of effects do you want to see? What would be the most important effects for for Aulo and Giron. And also now, 10 years after UMO 2014, we know something about what happened here. But what are your expectations, and how can we measure the impact?
Yeah, I'm thinking we've been now here for a few days. Some of you came just today, but we've been discussing in many forums here yesterday as well. And we all, I think one good thing Anne Vuolab said yesterday, which I really like, was the fact that get together all the Sami cultural workers and institutions because we are experts on surviving projects. You know, and this to survive in project, it's not a long term. You know, it doesn't develop our culture, and this for me, I feel like if anything with the culture capital happens, both in Oulu and in Giron, we should be assured that the Sami cultural expressions get long-term resources.
Thank you. I will let actually that be the last word, and we'll bring that on to the next panel. Thank you so much to Åsa, Per-Olof, and Aino. And we'll have a change of scenery. So while you step down, I will invite Veronica Lampa Lönnbro from Swedish Arts Council. Yeah, round of applause. Stefan Larsson from Sami Parliament, Sweden. Anne Vuolab from Sami Council. And Amanda Lind, Chair of the Culture Committee of the Swedish Parliament, to stage. Lite vatten, some water. So, we're heading into the very last panel of the day, and it's been a fantastic day, and it's been a long day, and the day has been filled with reflections on this important matter, I would say, of Sami representation in these big, large-scale international projects as the European Capital of Culture. I just want to ask you, first of all, I know, because you've been here the whole day, do you have some, grab a mic. Do you have some kind of initial thoughts from what you've been hearing today?
What a complex and difficult question. Yeah, I think there's a lot of learning to do. I think it's really important to talk about expectations in beforehand. Because I think when we got the presentation, both from Umeå 214 and also Bodø, things happen during the process and also when the project is ongoing. And to start beforehand to have a way to handle problems and to adapt. So I think that's something we really have to think about.
In the process leading up to
yes, so we don't get so surprised, because there will always be challenges and problems. But we can overwin it if we are prepared.
Absolutely. And speaking of which, because you are all representing, as I said, governing bodies and funding bodies of different kinds, and you have listened in to the discussion today, and I want to start with a very obvious question in a way to all of you. Is large-scale, non-indigenous-led cultural projects in indigenous areas on indigenous land a good idea? Anne Vuolab, you can start from the Sami Council.
Oh, thank you. I think that the answer have to be no.
No?
Yes.
Please elaborate on that.
Because I think if you look at the culture capital, like in Umeå and Bodø, I think that by the cooperation with the Sami artists and also the Sami influencers or the decision makers. Without them, I don't know what kind of indigenous culture will be presented. That's the one. But the second is that indigenous culture institution and artists actually are artists. They have knowledge. They also know what art is. It's not like they are like a child. They don't know anything. And I think when you come to culture or art, there is a principle, the freedom of making art. I think that also should include indigenous people. And we live in this area. We're not going anywhere. We don't have another home to go to. So I think that we should be there and make the art in cooperation. And somehow, they always used to say that Sami is a young nation. I'm not sure that's true. I think like the literature history that we have is quite old, same age as the Swedish, actually. And that also means that we have a lot of stories to tell. We have experiences. And I think that the last year, when the Sami artists win all kind of awards, are presented all around the world, tells that we are also a part of the world, and our histories and our art is important and interesting.
And you mean these perspectives are impossible to incorporate in a European Capital of Culture program or framework?
Without the indigenous people, yes. They need to be there. I don't know, how do you make a Swedish pavilion without Swedes there? No one asked that question.
Thank you. We're moving on to the Sami Parliament, and speaking of this, again, I'm curious about why the Sami Parliament didn't support the application for Giron 2029. And can you elaborate a little bit about the kind of discussions in the Sami Parliament about the kind of status and the effects of the European Capital of Culture?
I haven't been a part of that discussion because it's they have talked about it higher up, and you know, I'm just in the culture committee. And but I must reflect about the last panel. I can't let it go. What P.O. said about the Sami hate in Giron, it makes me sad. Also, it makes it take in my heart. And then I was in Inari last autumn, and then I met a lot of Sami artists, the top of Nox, and then we talk about the cooperation between all the parts of Sápmi is very important. So the right way to go must be to blur out the borders and have one Sápmi instead of 3 Sápmis. And then when you are cooperate, it will be easier, even with the culture and so on. But about this Giron, I cannot give you an answer.
But from the Cultural Committee's point of view and your personal point of view, are you hoping that Giron will be the next or not the next, but the European Capital of Culture for 2029?
If you ask me personally, not like a politician, yes.
Okay. I want to move on to Amanda Lin, representing, of course, an outsider's view on these matters, and also the Parliament, and living in Stockholm, I presume? No.
No, I live in Härnösand.
Yeah, because you have trains in this country, so it's possible.
Yeah, I know, it's possible.
Wonderful concept. Only heard about it. But I want to ask you, from your perspective, from the Parliament's perspective, also the Cultural Committee in the Parliament, how do you see the role of the European capitals of culture? And has there been like any discourse development concerning the fact that these Arctic capitals of culture are actually on Sami land?
I would say quite little discussion, and I believe that this is a problem in general when it comes to the international perspective in the cultural field. That's something that is quite little recognition from the Swedish, both the Swedish Parliament and also from my experience when I was the Minister of Culture. Perhaps we see a slight change in that now because of the world, the situation, the pandemic that made us look beyond our own borders, perhaps a little bit more, and now the security situation, of course, and the measures taken that perhaps I believe that we have to realize in Sweden that sometimes we have a picture that we are doing things so very well, we're so far forward in every political area. It's not like that. We have so much to learn, not least when it comes to indigenous people, policy for indigenous people, and the culture policy also. When it was the culture capital city in Umeå, I was a local politician in Härnösand, and for me it was like totally clear that of course you have to have a Sami perspective, an indigenous people perspective when you're arranging a culture capital city in Sápmi, but also if you arrange it in every city in Sweden. I mean, the Sami people is also an indigenous people in Sweden. So I believe it's important to have that perspective. And just a couple of days ago, I talked about group development. And you know that they are saying that if you want to build trust within a group, then it's not enough to just talk about trust and talk about you can trust me and say it. You have to show it. You have to work and you have to do things together, collaborate. Concrete projects, concrete results. And that is a possibility, of course, with these big meetings, that you can produce results and work together, but then you have to do it, and you have to have an ambition to do it from the start, is my opinion.
And as you see it, do the European capitals of culture effectively, or can they effectively challenge colonial narratives and stereotypes about indigenous people, or do they perpetuate them?
It's not my role to evaluate that. I think that you have to have the ambition to do that, of course. But then you have to have this collaborate ambition from the start. You cannot just put it like a perspective in the end and hope that it will become those results. And I would also one thing I have been thinking about is the lack of public funding when it comes to the cultural structure for the Sami people in general. That is perhaps a little, warning flag. If you are making these big happenings, that would be the most important or the biggest financial thing you're doing from the state budget. That is not good. I think that you have to. I think it's good with these kind of summits and gatherings and years, but what is most important is the long-term structural funding that has to rise. And if you're not working on that part, then I believe that these kind of capital years will be like I don't know the word in English, slag i luften, if you understand what I'm saying.
Thank you, Amanda. And moving on to Veronica and the Swedish Arts Council. And speaking of also these long-term effects that Amanda's talking about, as the Swedish Arts Council is you assess a lot of course, applications, projects, and you probably also have mechanisms to kind of measure the effects and the long-term effects and so on and so forth. From an Arts Council perspective, how do you see the kind of efficiency in a long-term perspective of the European capitals of culture, especially, of course, Umeå 2014?
I would say that the presentations we got today actually testify that there are effects and impact on society. I was struck by the presentation and when they said that when they started the process 2005, most people in Umeå did not recognize this as Sápmi. But today, I think it's obvious that everybody do. So I would say that there's definitely impact and results to be seen. And from our perspective, the Swedish Arts Council has the role of coordinator for these European years. So we will be a part of the selection process. We don't do the selection because there's an international jury. We will, of course, be a part of monitoring it and following up.
And speaking of that, because I also really want to talk about kind of an overview of also Swedish Sami cultural policy making, which is what we're talking about today, in the framework of these European capitals of culture. Because I'm wondering, Linda talked about it, and we have talked about it earlier today also, that Sweden has not ratified the ILO Convention number 169 that Norway and a lot of other countries have done. But Sweden has approved the UN Declaration on the indigenous rights. And from your kind of perspective, and also from a kind of governing point of view, Amanda, so you can prepare to answer the same question, how is this declaration on indigenous rights and those perspectives concerning the Sami rights, are they visible or reflected in your funding structure, the way you think regarding coordinating large projects as the European Capital of Culture?
I would say yes. I would say it's embedded in our mission. We have the cultural political objectives in Sweden. And I would say they include that kind of perspective. So yes, then we have specific assignments as well in relation to national minorities and the Sami people. So even without ratifying it's I would say we have the framework to work to support the rights.
And
yes.
Is it used? How is
yes, it is used.
You know, how is it affecting the work you do when you prioritize, when you assess, when you follow up, and when you coordinate?
It's a priority in all fund giving to both within the funding, within the applications, the different programs. Sami culture and culture from national minorities is a huge priority. One of the biggest problems is that we don't get applications. We talked to Sami Parliament about this, how to spread knowledge about the different funding programs we have. That's one thing. We have specific programs directed to Sami people and national minorities, and then within everything we do. In the core mission, we advocate the question all the time.
Good to hear. And just
we can do more, of course. There's always more to be done. We wouldn't be here, I suppose, if not. But
just out of curiosity, because this is of course a matter I know a bit of, being a part of the Norwegian Arts Council for many years, and you say you don't get too many Sami applications. I just have to ask you: is it possible to send in an application in Sami language?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
It will be translated.
Yes.
Wonderful. Have any Sami stakeholders or experts been a part of creating the kind of shared structure of your funding system?
No, I don't think so. No.
Are any programs that you present, do they reflect Sami artistic practices, multidisciplinary practices? Do you see where I'm heading?
Yeah, nice of you to ask. Yeah, we are right now. We are doing a survey of all our programs, and one of the I would say objectives is to make it possible to receive multidisciplinary applications. We see that it's totally necessary. So in a couple of years, I would say the programs will look quite different. Yes, and I think that would benefit not only Sami applications, but I think arts and culture and the development of it nationwide.
I do agree with you. Just the reason I'm nagging about this is the fact that we so often hear that there are so few Sami applications, and I kind of want to turn the question around, and we have to ask, why is that? It might be that the systems, the funding structures and the programs are not suiting Sami artists and Sami practices.
And I would say that our dialogue with Sami Parliament have been, well, at least one of the reasons that this change will take place. There's a lot of reasons, but it's been one of the influences. Yes.
That's very good. That's very good to hear. And back on track with the indigenous rights, Amanda Lind, I just want to, as I said, ask you as well, how can we see the kind of UN Declaration on Indigenous Rights and the Swedish, how can we see the Swedish implementation of that in the cultural policy making, or can we?
Yeah, can we? I can say when I was Minister for Culture and also for the policy for the Sami people, we worked with like strengthening the funding systems and the economy, and we implemented the act of consultation, for an example. We tried to move forward with these issues, and for me it's so clear that you cannot talk about Sami culture and not talk about Sami rights. It's a part of the same package. When we got this critique, Sweden got the critique from the UN committee a couple of days ago. I actually yesterday asked the Minister of Culture in the Parliament how she saw about this critique on the act of consultation and how they are working to meet these critics. And then she answered, perhaps it was a very short time. She had like 1 minute to answer, so it was not a long time. But she mixed in her answer the policy for indigenous people and the policy for minority groups. And that is a big problem, I think, that this is mixed up in general. I'm aware of that, but I don't think that every policymaker in the parliament are aware of that. And when the responsible minister are mixing these things up, I'm a little bit concerned, because then I don't think that you take this right issue with that amount of dignity that you have to do. I mean, when you look at the Swedish fundings and the amount of money that you put on the Sami culture, it's too little when you compare to other countries in Sápmi. So, I mean, we have to do more. With that said, I think we have pushed forward the borders a little bit, but it's so much to do. And I would say that it's good to hear the Culture Council that how you're working, but I think that one thing we should look more to is the structure, the institutions within the Sami cultural field. How can you strengthen the structure and the institutions? Because when it comes to the free artists and the free groups, it's like an ecosystem that works together. Yes. So one thing that I have worked for is to the gear on Sami Theater to be like this, get this national mission to work as a national stage, and that would perhaps be one part to strengthen the system, and can also in the long term results in more people application from your supporting systems.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. Strengthening the structures and the infrastructure of the Sami arts and culture field is a key, I think. We are getting very close to the end, and I want to specifically ask you as the last question for all of you, being representatives of governmental and funding bodies, how will you be enablers of change and strengthening enablers of that can strengthen the Sami self-determination in the arts and cultural field, and in that sense, I also want to mention the Canada Council for the Arts that we talked about earlier today with our Canadian friends and colleagues, how they have so very substantially changed their kind of advocacy and their funding system, but it was done through these enablers that saw the need for a structural and substantial change. To start with the Sami Raddi, the Sami Council, how will you work in the years to come towards kind of a change of the premises for development and the presence and the representation of Sami arts and culture?
Oh.
Very small question to end with.
I think that the Sami, if you think about culture as art in that matter, then I think that the art and the artists are based on a very holistic way of living. So it's not like you are disconnected to the art. You are like living and working with the art, and I think it's also in that matter also a local thing or a community thing. You were talking about the ecosystem. I think that was a very good description of how Sami artists or culture actually is. And they are connected together in all these countries. And I especially was glad that you said that we need to strengthen the institution, because we need the institution with muscles who actually can be home for all the artists. But when that is said, I have tried to ask this question in Sweden, and I might not be popular if I ask them again. But how many Sami institutions get funding directly from the state budget? I haven't got the answer yet. And they used to tell me that one who actually get it is Aichte Museum. And Aichte Museum, in my opinion, is not a Sami institution yet. They have the ambition. So I've been trying to find the Sami institution in the state budget. So I think the day that you start to support this kind of establishment, then you will have the infrastructure who can actually also capacity build Sami. And we will be good partners for big events, commercial events, small events, I mean. And in Sami, creative, what is it called? Kreativ näring, I don't know the English.
Creative industries.
Yes. Is the one that's actually increasing.
The most.
Yes. And this is not like, oh, we are artists. I think this has been a part of our lives for so long. So I can't answer you the question more than that.
But that's a very good answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I want to say something. I don't know about the numbers, but I want to give you the numbers just to illustrate. It's not the actual numbers, but I was told by the one who's been working with Kultur Sami, just to illustrate how the fundings in Norway, Sweden, and Finland actually is. In Norway, they have 150 million. Say it's 150 million for Sami culture. In Sweden, 80 million. And in Finland,
18, not
18.
80, just
18, yes. And in Finland, 3 millions. That means that this, of course, is obstacles for the Sami artists. And one of the obstacles I think that this institution always get to answer is that if you are close to the border, there is some Swedish or Norwegian funder who says, no, we can't pay for that. So I was thinking, Ola Guttorm, when he was talking about the festival, and you know they're inviting all Sami, it's very common that we do that. So I think the structural changes and also the funding for the institution is very important.
Absolutely, thank you. And a wonderful panel and wonderful friends. We are running out of time. We could have continued this conversation for a very long time. But I will let the Arts Council, with their national mandate to fund and coordinate also the Sami arts field, to end this with the same question I asked Amanda. How will you be an enabler for change? And how will we see it in the years to come?
The Arts Council will continue to describe the need for funding. We do that in our yearly budget request. We did this this year. We see the need for both money to projects, but also long-term operational grants. So this is something we will continue to do. We will continue with consultation and dialogue with Sami organizations and Sami Parliament. The need to build our own knowledge is important. And of course, we will continue with promoting Sami, the Sami situation and the need to support Sami culture in our regular mission.
Wonderful. We will follow up on that.
You're welcome.
And to the very, very last question to the Sami Parliament, I just want a number. Anna just said that the cultural budget to the Sami Parliament in Sweden is today approximately like 17.8 million, isn't it? Swedish, and it's Swedish kroner. Just so. In Norway, almost 150 million. Have you ever done the math to see how much would you need to actually build real capacity in the Sami arts field and strengthen the institutions that you have today? What is the number? What do you need?
Number of... I get jealous when I heard about the Norwegian economy. And I think we would need 3 times more
than you have today.
Yeah. To help all culture.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to meet the government's committee in May. Then we can get some more money.
And I think approximately 60 million is a good place to start. So Amanda will take that number with her back to Stockholm.
But hello, I think we have to take small steps. But 60 million is a little step.
That's the thing.
We need more than 60 million. And there is it is a lot of culture artists now in Sweden. They are depending to be more and more and more, and the same money. It will not follow the index, no inflation. It's frozen in 17.8 million.
Yeah.
It's totally frozen, and It's only beans for. Oh,
I know, and that's the last word, but our last thought of today is to bring that 60 million home to Sápmi here in Sweden. And yes, and good people, thank you so much for today. It's been a fantastic day. Very important discussions on these large-scale non-indigenous-led cultural projects. Thank you to Amanda, Anne, Stefan, and Veronica. We have a plane to catch, some of us, and I just want to say thank you so much for having me and letting me having this honor of guiding you through this day. And I will now give the word to the producers, Mikael and Maya, to finish up this summit. So thank you so much.
And Maria, thank you very much for leading us through this day, and chocolate and a stick for you too.
Thank you.
And yeah, do you want to say any final words? Maja and Micke.
Okay.
I want to thank you too. You have put so large effort into making this summit come through. So as a project leader of this project, I really, from the bottom of my heart, would like to thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't bring the stick, but you will get each stick.
So we are very fortunate to sum up this day. Since Maria has to go to the airport, she gave us this assignment last night. So this is the 7th day of the festival, and we, Maja, and me, and Eva Konradsson, are called back from retirement to do a 9 days festival. And they put a lot of belief in us, right? So we are, we will, when we step out of this scene, we will fall asleep directly. So trying to connect, to say some words about today. Of course, it's difficult. You have been here. You know it's difficult. But I would like to go back to the words we got from Maiduris Rimpi in the beginning. And I picked a sentence here or two. The authorities should, with legal decisiveness, honesty, and action, determine the indigenous people's rights to their own lands in cooperation with the Sami. Cooperation opens new path. I would say this day is an act of cooperation, sharing. The broad sharing of experience today is like a well of gold or silver to dive into and to be marinated of. It helps me as an individual, but also the Sami community, including organizations. There are few that I represent. Sohke, the Sami Association, and I'm the chair of Giron Sami Theater. I'm the vice chair of Vermeko. So give me some more assignments. It's too little to handle. Joking. The legal framework is something that interests me more and more. Since I've been working 25 years in the Sami cultural sector and know how small steps are taken even though we have put the Sami position higher up or further on the road. The UN's Declaration on Indigenous Rights is crucial and should be implemented to change the structures. Criticism against Sweden is coming up yearly, as sure as the spring is coming back every year. Another theme is the borderless Sápmi and communities between people. The borderless meetings, people to people like we do here, from different countries, from different cultures and different backgrounds. That is important. Collaboration, meeting. You have to discuss even if you don't agree. It is striking how difficult to change structures. It's so difficult. But what happened in Canada after the Truth and Reconciliation Report and Commission gives hope of changing the conditions, making things more equal. Self-determination. Indigenous agency is crucial in all kinds of collaborations. In big, large-scale cultural projects, for instance. We help each other. Swedes, Sami people, whatever. It's important to collaborate. Sami competence, it's huge. You have noticed this today. There are so many good, smart, competent people out there. I also want to say thanks to Canada, the embassy, our friends from Ottawa. These kinds of reaching out hands warms the heart. Things are changing, but it's so slow. That's it. Maya.
Well, you don't know how many times I've been talking to you the last year, our dear listeners.
Du behöver inte komma på.
Jaha, hörs?
Ja.
You hear me? And now it's so wonderful that we had this day together in a concentrated way, not my every day, every night, every week, thinking of you who concern so much about the Sami culture and everything. And you know, you made me so happy when you registered. People from all over wanted to be here. People with responsibility for the culture, for the Sami, and you came from different kind of areas, themes, and so on, to bring these thoughts that we had shared so much this last year. And one of the thing that was so important was that Bodø was the start because of the capital of culture. We wanted to. It had the same theme as Umeå, so we wanted to share with the Samis, and we didn't. The municipality Umeå, they hasn't brought us to a gathering to have a discussion about how it was this 10 years with the Sami, because Umeå had also this theme. So we said, okay, we do it by ourselves then. We gather together and have this talk. And it feels so great. We have so much power, you know. But we have to talk about it and gather like this. So I have some important things to say to you. This illustration, it is Erika Hova who has made it. And she, for me and for us, it is a symbol of our, of course, reindeers, but it's also we, the Sami people, or all people. We travel around in circles, and we try to connect, and we try to bring the world together and make order and people happy and so on. But it's totally out of order also. And that's the way we are. This is the 5th year we do this summit. And we wanted to have action from the beginning. But we see now after 5, 6 years, that it is happening a lot from this meeting. The only problem for us is that we can't continue to do this. I mean, we are 70 and our brains are a bit slow these days. So we want other two to come and stay here. And I have two why. I give it to you. EU say we have met them in the meetings, EU culture people, and they say that EU have so much money, and they ask us, why don't you apply? You should apply more. But you know, as we have so little money, so we haven't had money to even gather people to apply. It's such a big thing. And then Sametinget says, we have so little money, we can't give you more. And the government says, we have so little money, we can't give you more. So why is this like this? So much money in EU and so little here. It's one question. You don't have to answer, but you can bring it with you. And another thing is, Norway and Sweden so close, the border, just the border, the mountains, but we are connected as people very much. And still it's such a difference in how much money we get, how we treat the people. Why? Why is it so? I would like to have a summit about these things also. And my suggestion is that we gather whole Sápmi for summits, cultural summits coming in the future. More. Yeah, and the last thing is, this is streamed and it will be put out on Region Västerbotten's homepage, where you can find it and you can link and give it on to other persons that you think should need to see this. And there are links to the first one and the third and summits we had. So you can see them, all of them, and what we have been talking all the years. So one thing to you I would like to say. We did it, Mike, we did it.
Over and out.